All right, welcome everyone to the 2024 meeting of the Amtgard International Circle of Monarchs. I'm glad everyone could be here with us, especially the in-person people who have made the journey to the Gathering of the Kingdoms event. Personally, this year, most of you guys know, I just had a baby a few months ago, and I'm in the middle of a big house remodel. So as tried as I might, I was not able to make it this year. Next year, that will not be the case, because I think one kid is going to do me. Definitely not planning another. So sorry I can't be with you this time. Next year, I will definitely be there in person, should the in-person meeting continue. In today's meeting, everyone, please, of course, be civil, speak your mind, but be civil. And remember that the rules of the meeting also apply to the chat. So anything you would not say in the meeting in person, please do not say in the chat. One of the AICOM members will be monitoring the chat. So please be civil in the chat as well. Our objective today is like it always is. We're here to do the best job we can to ensure that the game of Amtgard runs smoothly and brings enjoyment to every single player in the game. So that is our goal, and our goal is to consistently pass legislation that continues to improve the game. And I hope you share that goal with me, and that's what we can do today. Our goal is to have a quick, efficient meeting. Hopefully we will not be here for many hours. The last 2 years have been pretty good, and so hopefully we'll keep that up to date, and everyone can get back to playing Amtgard, which is the real reason why we're here. So we're going to have a roll call to set up, and we'll work through the list of attendees. Looks like I putatively have your names here. If the incorrect name is associated with your kingdom, please let us know and we will update it. Susanna Eggleston from the Burning Lands. And just say here if you're present.
That's incorrect.
Okay.
It's Sylvia Muttek for the Burning Lands. It's Monarch.
Can you spell the last name?
MUK to UK.
I think they want your government name as well.
Government name is Sonia Duran. Duran's
Yeah.
like the band.
Yeah.
All right. Alvin Huber from Blackspire.
Here.
Natasha Woodmansey from Crystal Groves.
Here.
Trevor Hendricks from the Celestial Kingdom.
We're here.
Elizabeth Malley, Dragonspine. Say again, Dale.
That's incorrect. Chris Cooper is sitting for Dragonspine. Thank you.
Alina Hansen for Desert Winds.
That's right.
Here.
Alexander Blackwood, Emerald Hills.
Here.
Beth Gunn, Golden Plains.
Here.
Jason Katzner, Golden Vale.
Present.
April Matz, Iron Mountains.
That is incorrect. April Matt stepped down a couple of months ago. This is Empress Amara, mundane name Audris Johnson for Iron Mountains.
Northern Lights, Ryan Graves.
Present. Here. Here.
Northreach, James Kempner.
Present.
Brenda Bernardo, Neverwinter. Brenda Barnago, Neverwinter. Did I miss you?
That is incorrect. It's Andrew Litzelfellner, also known as Lyle Rakir of Neverwinter.
Gerald Chat, Polaris.
Are you in?
Yeah,
We don't.
we don't hear
We don't have that
ourselves.
mic in this room.
Oh, yeah.
The mic on that.
Did you hear that?
Oh, it's true.
Yes. Matt Uttermilk, Rising Winds.
The glorious senator of the Rising Winds is president accounted for.
Dustin Davis, Talbagore.
Present.
Dustin, Stephen Kimberly,
Present,
Ruby
present.
Outlands.
Here.
William Dean, Winter's Edge.
That is inaccurate. It is Lauren Darby, Vidalia of Winter's Edge.
Douglas Chambers, Wetlands.
Wetlands, Douglas Chambers is here.
Scorch Garcia, West March.
That is incorrect. West March is Sebastian, government name Ethan.
Ryan Frank, Nine Blades.
Incorrect. Faye Wellen, Lisa Belkey for Nine Blades.
And James Abbey, 13 Roads.
That is incorrect. It's Hunter Rada, Roderick Silverhand.
Awesome. And what was your last name, Ethan, from West March?
Last name is Kopich, Copitch.
That's right. Yeah. Right. Looks like everyone's in attendance. That's awesome.
I did not hear a call for Rivermore.
Rivermore. Michael Palmer.
Michael Palmer, present.
All right. Perfect. Okay, so it looks like we were able to hear everyone, and seems like everyone was able to hear me.
Hold on. We have a
I said I was here and that my name was correct. I wanted to make sure. I'm Alexander Black, but it's my game name. My real name is Ryan Jackson. If it needs to be noted that way, we should put that down.
Oh, sure. You should change it though, Alexander Black. Cool. Okay. All right. Okay, looks like we are on to item number 1. As I said before, hopefully everyone has read the agenda completely and thoroughly. This was originally a proposal for the COM to create a business committee, but evaluating the business stance of Amtgard International is really under the purview of the Amtgard International Board of Directors. From my opinion, in conversations I've seen the Board of Directors having, I think this is a good idea in general. So what we're doing today is having the AICOM send an official request to the Amtgard Board of Directors to establish a business committee according to the parameters listed in this proposal. So what you're voting for here is for the executive committee to draft a letter to the Amtgard International Board of Directors stating that the Amtgard International Circle of Monarchs officially request that they create a committee to do the things that are listed in this proposal. JP Prentice is the Amtgard International legal advisor. Do you have any comments on this as far as this request? Does that sound like a request that the COM can and should send to the board?
Yes, that's entirely appropriate for the board to be doing. It's something that the board should be doing as part of just general business management and development. So not really legal advice, except as it relates to the structure of the business, it's a good idea.
All right, so without further ado, we are going to vote. A vote of yes will indicate that you choose for the executive committee to draft this letter and forward it to the board. A vote of no will ask that you want us to take no action on this matter. So when I call your name, just say yes or no, and how you wish to vote on this matter. Are we ready for the next vote record? Vote 1, Business Evaluation Committee.
Rivermore would like to motion to discuss before vote.
In the bylaws, it's enumerated that we vote and then you motion for discussion after a vote. We can confirm that in the bylaws. That was done several years ago to reduce meeting times. I can quote it for you if necessary.
I understand, but I also understand there's a precedent for discussions to be had prior to votes.
There is a precedent. Just wanna get it here. In person.
Gavin, would you like a parliamentarian to speak to the matter and address that question?
Yeah, after I confirm what our bylaws actually say about it here. Yeah, I'll entertain that motion. Even though the bylaws do say our typical procedure is we vote first. Do I have a second to discuss this matter prior to the vote?
Second, never winner.
Very good. And parliamentarian, does this need to go to a vote or is that sufficient?
Actually, point of order, Gavin.
Sure.
Unless there's a substantial reason that we need to break away from our procedures, I don't see why we're entertaining this. Just something I put in chat. The reason why we do a vote into discussion so we don't waste time in these long meetings to draw on things that might pass. That's why you do the vote beforehand. And then if it needs to, you can have a conversation afterwards. But if it passes, why? You don't have to kick the horse. It's already ran out the door.
Understood. And my question for the parliamentarian, Dusty, are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, when that happens, is a vote required
The way.
or just a verbal assent required?
So it's discouraged from doing it if it passed.
Correct. James is correct. It's discouraged. Yes, you can vote if you want to, if the chair so recognizes, to allow that motion to come before the floor. However, you do have a past precedent that states that it's been voted on before in a different session essentially. So it can come and say it's already been voted on unless there's an objection from those currently in the meeting now. And at that point, you can take that objection and make a decision if you want to vote, if there's enough people against it. Otherwise, you can accept it as it is.
Sure. Very good. Does anyone object to discussing this matter? All right, with no objections, we will.
There are objections and GOK.
Okay, thank you so much. And I see an objection from the wetlands as well. All right, so I will call for a verbal vote. All of those in favor of discussing this matter before the vote, please say aye.
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 All of those.
Aye.
All of those opposed, nay.
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 All right, well, the nays have it, so we will proceed to the vote. So in the matter of formation of a business committee, Burning Lands, how do you vote?
So.
What's the actual item we're voting on already?
The business committee.
Evaluation.
Yes.
So if anyone is unclear what happened, the motion was brought before the board to discuss this matter. It was objected to. The chair called a verbal vote to the floor, and the nays took it. So we are proceeding to the vote. Burning Lands, how do you vote?
They already voted.
Yes.
Thank you. Blackspire,
Yes.
Crystal Grove,
Yes.
Celestial Kingdom,
Yes.
Dragon's Spine,
Over here, yes.
Desert Winds,
Yes.
Emerald Hills,
Yes.
Yes.
Golden Plains.
Yes.
Golden Plains, vote yes.
Dale, I can hear them perfectly. So you don't have to repeat their vote. Golden Vale,
I'm great.
Read it, Matt.
Golden Vale, say again.
Yes.
Iron Mountains,
Yes.
Northern Lights,
Yes. Yes.
North Reach,
Yes.
Neverwinter,
Nay.
Polaris,
Yes.
Rivermore,
Nay.
Rising Winds,
You betcha.
Tal'Degor,
No.
Viridian Outlands,
Yes.
Winter's Edge,
Winter's Edge votes yes.
Wetlands,
Yes.
West March,
Yes.
Nine Glades,
Yes.
13 Roads.
Yes.
Perfect. All right, so this motion will pass. The executive committee will draft said letter and will communicate with the Monarchs on the board of directors' response and keep you updated on progress should the board agree to the formation of this committee. And a report will be delivered as, if the committee does form, a report will be delivered as requested in this proposal at next year's annual meeting. Okay, moving right along. Next section is, the lion's share of today's business, and this is the annual vote on the rules packages. Some things to note. There has been a lot of discussion about how exactly this would be voted. And this is another matter where the bylaws came into play. Our bylaws do require that our agendas are set 30 days in advance. And the rules of play also state that we are not allowed to change rules proposals during the course of the meeting. The executive committee has determined that the packaging of these rules constitutes part of the proposals. So that means if the main package does not pass, in order to break anything down into separate proposals, the Circle of Monarchs would need to kick this down to Q4, and at that time, motion to suspend the section of the bylaws that only allows voting on the rules at the annual meeting and continue to revisit this at the Q4 meeting. The rules rep organizer, Craig Lazzoni, Manama, is going to walk you guys through this briefly. It's not really a time for questions. He's just going to kind of highlight, go over again what's been proposed here, just so that everyone is clear as what they're voting on. Craig, do you want to take a couple minutes to explain the setup here of this vote and the packaging of it?
Sure. Are we not doing screen sharing at all? I know
Yeah.
it's disabled.
Let me let's set you up here. Okay, I think you should be good to go.
Gavin, James had a question.
Oh, James, yep, fire away.
Hey, Gavin, I'm not co-hosting here.
Yep, doing it.
Should I someone was supposed to ask a question. Sorry, I didn't hear.
No,
anything.
you're free to proceed.
Okay, no, all good. All right. So this package this year is the
2024 Amtgard V8 rules play changes. I just wanted to briefly go over kind of like how we got to this point too, how we are where we are, to give you an idea of what the rules reps have been doing since July of last year, where we voted in the 2023 changes in V8.6. So this here would be a playtest change. And how we started out last year was after the meeting last year, they had a big we had a big meeting where we went over things we liked, things we didn't like about the process that we used the 2 years prior. And we went through and decided to do a scope for this year where we would actually go over larger items that people wanted to actually possibly mull over together and come to a conclusion together about how they want to go forward with changing those larger things. And they went through and kind of like all proposed different ideas of larger changes they wanted. And in the end, they decided on three things conclusively, basically, which was they wanted to add some kind of martial archetypes to the rules of play. They wanted to take spill balls and change them to 30-second timers, and wanted to do some kind of druid overhaul of their abilities based on feedback they had gotten from their kingdom. Those are like the three big things. After that, people iterated through different versions of how this could look like. People came up with different packages. People came up with different ways of implementing the druid changes and the martial archetypes. And in the end, with the majority, super majority vote, it was the martial archetype package that you kind of see here, as well as some of the druid changes that you see here. Now, not all the druid changes. The druid changes were actually very modular and how, because there's obviously a lot of different ways you could change druid. So what you're seeing here is after, I think, 4 different votes on how druid should change with a whole bunch of different, like I think one of them had like 20 options. It was a lot of different things. So after that, then with those as the base, those 3 things, then they went through and actually looked at all these other changes you're seeing, like assassinate or amplification or etc. They all assumed that those changes were going to be the thing that we were going to take into this playtest year, as well as then these changes. Now the package is divided into 2 different separate sections. The first section is just all the things that had over the supermajority. So usually 80% or more of the rules reps voted for these things to change. So this first main package, which I can just scroll through the forward here, all these things had a very large majority. And then down to the individual voting items, down here, these are the things that actually were between 75% and 70%. And so they were on the border, so we felt it appropriate for you to vote on them individually. And then the last part right here, there's non-archetype class changes. Basically, if for some reason the main package fails, then these also want to be voted on individually down here as changes for those classes. And these are things that are currently in the martial archetype package, but the rules reps felt that it'd be appropriate to add if for some reason the martial archetypes did not make it in. So yes, that is where we're at. This year we were way more stringent on what was required to actually get into this package. They voted 3 times, and every single time it had to be above the threshold for it to stay in the package. And the martial archetype package and the druid package both were changed prior to it coming to you guys multiple times. Other rules reps proposed a lot of things, even between the kingdom comment period and now, or sorry, a month ago when you saw what you saw, there were a lot of changes actually made during that time based on kingdom feedback. So we're hoping that, this year, because I knew that a lot of people wanted to make large changes. So I wanted to try to come up with some kind of method with which we could actually facilitate those larger changes if they were wanted. And I tried to make sure that, they needed these changes needed to have a large threshold from your rules reps to come to this point. So, so this vote will be to play test it. There will be a change to these rules in February, and there will also be a change to these rules prior to the July meeting next year still. We did that last year. I think it actually went really well. We actually made a decent amount of changes. So I think we're very good for what we had, especially wording changes, things that were unclear. So this is for sure not going to be the final form that makes it into the rule book. There will be definitely changes to this that you see here based on player feedback once we go to play testing. So thank you.
Perfect. All right. Thanks so much. Okay, so as indicated, there is the main package vote, which we will execute momentarily. Then there's a bunch of individual votes. We have prepared a Google form for you guys to be able to execute this vote. It's a very easy form to use. Even the in-person people, when it comes time to vote on this, you'll have access to your phone and you can click yes or no on each item. They'll come up individually in the form. What will happen at that point is any that fail on individual items, we will be able to open up for discussion. Due to the large number, roll calling nearly 30 votes would be a pretty extensive use of our time. So we'll take a 15-minute timeout where everyone can be entering their votes, and we'll be watching the votes accumulate live. And once we get to that point, we'll move forward into discussion as necessary on the individual items. But the first order of business is the main package. I would like to comment briefly first that it is understood that each kingdom has sent their rules representative, ostensibly their most knowledgeable rules person, to this rules committee to work on these rules for the course of a year. And the expectation is that the rules representatives have already executed the will of their kingdom by voting in assent of this. At least that's our expectation. As it is set up currently, the process still requires that an additional representative of each kingdom through the Circle of Monarchs Committee confirm any changes that the Rules Representative Committee has indicated that they would like to make. And that's what we're doing here today. So on the matter of the rules package, as indicated in the agenda provided by the Rules Representative Organizer, a vote of yes will accept the entire package into playtesting. It's important to remember there is 1 year where all these rules can be revised, all the way up to including complete deletion from the playtest package. So right now the vote is to put all of these rules into the year-long playtest process. Is that a correct deduction of the situation, Manama?
Yes.
Perfect. All right, rules revision package, main package, Burning Lands. How do you vote on acceptance of this package for playtest? James, do you have a comment before we proceed? I see your hand.
It's still being shared.
49 votes no.
James still cannot share. That was why his hand is raised.
Let me see. Try again.
I left the mic on so y'all can show it.
All right, try now. Okay. Okay, your sharing should be enabled. On this, he's sharing so that you guys can see the vote record in real time. There we go. All right, Burning Lands, how do you vote?
No.
Black Spire,
Yes.
Crystal Groves,
Yes.
Celestial Kingdom,
No.
Dragon Spine,
Yes.
Desert Winds,
Yes.
Emerald Hills,
No.
Golden Plains,
No.
Golden Vale,
Yes.
Iron Mountains,
Yes.
Northern Lights,
Yes.
Northreach,
Yes.
Neverwinter,
Yes.
Polaris,
No.
Rivermore,
Yes.
Rising Winds,
Yes.
Tal de Gore,
Yes.
Viridian Outlands,
Yes.
Winter's Edge,
Winter's Edge votes no.
Wetlands,
No.
West March,
Yes.
Nine Blades,
Yes.
and 13 Roads.
Yes.
All right, acceptance of the main package at this time has not passed the muster of the Circle of Monarchs Committee.
I would like to motion for discussion.
Motion for discussion has been made by Gorvan. Is there a second to this motion to discussion?
Second.
Second.
There's a second. All right, Gorvan, you may open the discussion.
I just want to reinforce what Gavin had said before, that the rules reps have been working cooperatively for the past year to assemble this package for your approval. Every single item that is in this package has already passed the 75% threshold required for a rules change among the rules reps. In fact, most of them have received over 80 or 90%. There are some complaints I have heard that say we still want to vote on these individually in order for us to be able to no vote the things that we already no voted. There are items in this package that I, as my Kingdom's rules rep, voted against, and I am still voting yes on this package because I was already outvoted by the other rules reps on those items. I think there's a significant breakdown, and has been for a few years, in communication between Circle of Monarch representatives and rules representatives. The rules representatives, as Gavin pointed out, are appointed for their rules knowledge and expertise, as well as their ability to provide feedback throughout the year on their kingdom's perspectives on the rules, and they have used that feedback, that the viewpoints and the rules rep Discord to workshop these proposals for a full year in order to provide the best package to the COM that they can provide. I urge you to reconsider your vote. If you are voting no on this, I would like to also remind you that this is a playtest vote. These are not final changes. There are 2 different points at which the rules reps will be able to revise these playtest items, and then another vote by the COM after that.
And as I stated before, just to confirm from Manama, who was speaking next, those changes can include complete removal of something from the package. Is that correct?
Correct. Anything, we actually did remove a couple items last year, even.
Do you have anything else to add, Manama?
Yes. So something to note too is I know that some of these items had a lot of different options that the rules reps were going to vote between. An example would that be like the credits changes down to 36 credits for level 6. There actually were 5 different versions of that that could be voted on. And even though I know 4 kingdoms voted that their first preference would be to not have this change at all. But after that, we still respect their choice actually was in this as well, because they literally have another choice. Okay, first, I would like this not to happen, but if it does happen, I would like to see this version of it. And the version that you see was the most popular among those types of things. Now, obviously, only 4 people voted for that to not be the case as far as like no changes whatsoever. And a lot of this is about compromise, right? Like that was kind of like the problem. We have 23 kingdoms. We have 23 different representatives in the rules reps, and now we have 23 different monarchs too. So compromise is definitely going to be something that we need to be able to do when it comes to rules changes and to experiment, because we're going to be wrong sometimes. I'm not saying that the rules reps are always going to be right about things. That should never be an expectation of any rules change that ever comes before this committee, is that sometimes it might not be the thing that works. But definitely when we have a support like this for these items, it should be something that we try out and to see if it does work, because this type of play testing, especially for the things that you guys can see, is going to be needed if we're going to make some of these more systematic changes that it seems like more and more kingdoms are wanting. I mean, we had 7 armor changes in 2022, 7 armor rules packages presented to us because of how many people wanted to change the armor rules, which is also changing the armor rules as part of this package still. So here we are, 2 years later, trying to change armor rules still. And we're going to have to, at some point, kind of rip up the Band-Aid and go to a play testing period for these.
Thank you. Neverwinter, you are next.
Neverwinter wants everybody to know that a lot of these rules, I think we're all in agreement that they need more time to be hammered out and worked with. That's why we voted yes, because this is the playtest time. And a vote of yes allows the rules reps and allows those that want to handle the playtesting phase to see if the rules that look good or bad on paper may actually come out on the other side looking the opposite. And that's something I would think everybody should take a moment to think about is, well, whether we agree with this rule being good or not, how is it? Is it good for the kingdom? Is it good for the game? Or is it be good at all? What does it actually look like on the field?
Perfect. Thank you so much. Rivermore, you were next.
Thank you. First, for just a little point of clarification here, I know these are going into a play test phase. Is the play test considered a publication? Is this considered a version of the rules of play as far as AI is concerned?
You are correct in that matter. It is published on the website under a playtest heading, and each page of the rule book contains a playtest document disclaimer, and it shows the before and after changes. That's how we've been editing it in recent years.
Okay, so I guess I have a few questions prior to going into this then. I know we're going to be talking a little bit about this in item 4, but ownership has been a very hot button topic as of late. So I guess the question is first, does any of this contain anything taken from V9? Second, has the rules revision team as completely signed a transfer of ownership for the work they've done to Amtgard International, as well as the V9 team, if there is information taken from V9? If the answer is no to all to the rules revision team and yes to the V9 information, then what's the chances of Amtgard International actually publishing this for use since they don't own it?
Yeah, you do raise good points. We have had 2 discussions last month where this was discussed at length between the Amtgard International Board of Directors, Monarchs, and rules reps, in addition to our legal counsel. So we won't be going far into the weeds to that today. My impression as a member of the board, I do not speak for the board, and anything I say in the next 2 minutes is not a reflection of any vote or action that will be made by the board. But my impression is that until a transfer of ownership does happen, that no, a playtest document will not be published. And those negotiations are still ongoing. Wetlands next for comment.
And as far as the voting by the populace, our representative, the Wetlands is very blessed to have our rules rep on there. Val's very active, always engaging with everyone. However, when we polled the populace and went out and talked to them at the parks and things like that, they did like some of the rules, but there were a lot of them they disagreed with. They figured some of them needed to be fixed. So on and so forth. So, I mean, that's why the Wetlands voted no. On the individual items, some of them will be voted yes on. But again, it's not a direct reflection of our representatives voting, because let's be real, some reps aren't as engaged as the other ones, and some populaces aren't engaged as some of the others, So, I mean, it's kind of a double-edged sword. You get a lot of engagement or a little bit of engagement. Sometimes you don't get enough. And it's not fair to the rules reps that this happens, but we are human. We all have lives. So I just take that into consideration for our volunteers. We just try to do the best we can.
Thank you. I'll make 1 or 2 additional comments before we let Manama address it again. One of the main takeaways from the discussions we had over contract issues is, it's pretty broadly understood that, game mechanics are not, copyrightable things. So do ideas from V9 exist in this package? I think a casual observer would probably say yes. As to, does anything from V9 have exact wording? I don't know. I haven't read it, and these are things that the board has to evaluate and do a risk assessment as we've discussed prior in our meetings. And so that would, if this package is passed in the consideration of the playtest document, the board would have to do a risk assessment and evaluate these sort of things to come to that conclusion, whether or not sufficient evidence is present to warrant not publishing the document because of concerns over copyright issues. That's something the board will have to consider. Manama, do you wish to address any of the questions raised by Rivermore?
Yes, as far as the V9 language text, none of the stuff in the playtest uses any V9 language or text. And just so you're aware, from I won't say a legal standpoint, from a known standpoint, game rules cannot be copyrighted, but specific text can. I mean, it's a little bit more nuanced to that. JP can speak to that. But none of the rules uses specific text from V9.
Rivermore, your response?
First, thank you for the clarifications with all that. I completely understand it has to be verbatim text as far as that is all concerned. I guess my concern is that if we're going to push forward with this and there's a better than good chance of it not being published due to ownership questioning, then I feel like passing this at this point really is a disservice to the rules rep team, as well as the game as a whole. I mean, I voted yes because that's what my kingdom wants me to do, and so but I also have these very real concerns that this is just going to get shelved and collect dust while we try to negotiate all of this contract stuff. And unless every single person who worked on this signs, then everything in this package, at least as it's written, becomes essentially, fruit of the poison tree. And then a whole new team, if they were to come on, would have to take it and rewrite all of this to avoid any of those issues. So, I guess that's my concern, is that I feel like we're kind of putting a little bit of the cart before the horse in this particular situation, given the ownership of work dispute that's currently happening.
Thank you. And you do raise good points. And I will clarify that as far as the executive committee goes, it is definitely not our wish for anyone's work to go either underappreciated or underused. I mean, we'll do everything in our power to continue to push the will of the COM along as your representatives and to make resolutions happen that satisfy all parties. So, our goal is not to shelve something, not to say, oh, we'll just forget about it. Our goal is to enforce the will of the COM, and should the COM vote to approve this package, we will act in your behalf on the interest of the COM, which is the publication of this package, because that's our duty, is to be essentially the organizing and enforcement arm of your collective will. And as a final reminder, this is a playtest document, regardless of if it's published as a playtest immediately or not, or ever, as Rivermore pointed out. Voting on these changes is not final acceptance of these changes, and any one of them can be drawn. Any additional comments on this matter?
North Reed would like to comment.
All right, please go ahead.
This is a play test. As such, it is a mark of moving forward in progress of development. If we were to wait until we had an exact finished product before we even attempted to try anything, our game will stagnate and die. There's no way we will get all 23 people to agree with a finished product before it's been tested. I would urge everyone who's voting no to seriously consider allowing a play test period where we can do revisions through alpha and beta testing. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Last call for comments on the main package, wetlands.
No, and I understand that, as far as, we've got to progress and move forward, or we'll die. However, I believe that there are a lot of teams who vote no that have serious concerns, questions, or problems with the current package as it sits. And I think that while I agree that we need to do something to ensure that we are pushing forward with the game and ensuring things are done in a proper manner that's enticing for new players, plus our veterans. But I also think that we need to have a real conversation in all of our kingdoms with our rules reps on the things that we have a problem with. Work on to adjust those, go back to the drawing board, and then come up. We can make sure that we're doing this stuff in the right way. And if there are problems, we need to work through those instead of just trying to pass something through. I think by shoving something through that people have problems with, that's where you're going to have a lot of angst, so to speak.
Thank you. Gorman.
Just throwing an offer out there. If anyone wants, I have the data for how your rules reps voted. If you want to take a look at it, I can send it to you.
That is an appropriate matter to be posted on the com page. If you would like to post those, I will approve your one-time post, and you can do that at any point at your leisure.
Sure.
Senator Chukara.
So as far as legal stuff is concerned, I think we could, eventually solve this issue by when we onboard rules reps, we actually provide them training on how to avoid the natural missteps of stuff. I actually, in law school, I took several courses on intellectual property by the person who was at the time the board chair of the American Bar Association on intellectual property, Dr. Sherry Burr. So, there will always be issues. People always will come up with stuff to, try and throw a thing into the ointment. But the reality situation is not all causes are equal. People will still put things out there and challenge legally and do what they're going to do. The best thing is just to have a best practices. And we have a really great best practice already. I just think that our rules reps need more training that we should be providing them from the board at no cost to the rules rep. So that they can avoid the typical missteps that you find. But for today, it's important to move forward and not stagnate as mentioned before. And therefore, I will be casting my vote for yes. So I hope others will do the same. Thank you and have a great day.
And Dale, XCOM membership officer, your hand is up.
This is speaking for Westmark. I do have one quick question I want to ask, and I'm afraid if we do not go through any.
Can you please just speak slower, Westmark?
If we do not pass any rules at this conference, when would be the next time that we could run on? Is it next year or is it 2 years from now?
It would be 2026.
So this would be a look to play testing, allowing you testing to then like next year, whether or not we like the rules, and do a final vote then, or we can decide now that we don't want to make any changes to 2 years at this point, and then live with that while we try to hammer out things like the intellectual property and protection and is that what you're saying what would happen here?
That was very difficult to hear, and there's a lot of people in chat saying they couldn't hear at all.
Okay. Could you pass the microphone closer to him, Dale, and can you restate your main point, please, Westmark?
Thank you.
Physically holding it.
He is physically holding the microphone.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it's using the same systems.
Keep going.
Should I just try and speak louder then?
Yeah, try to speak a little louder, please.
And slower.
Does that work better for you?
Yes.
Okay, so the point I was asking was, if this is a vote and we all vote no on all of the stages now, then we are going to say we do not want the member saying they can handle for the next 2 years. That's not complaining. Rather than allow us to test this for a year, and then next year we can relook at who thinks the intellectual property thing, if that is still a concern. At that point, we can decide, hey, we need to pause the rules and continue handling out the intellectual property problem. Or we can say, hey, it turns out X waters in the packages did not work. And as a result, we want to not vote them in next year. So this is just a vote for a play test, and it gives us time to continue to look at, hey, are all of these items working? How we figured out intellectual property, and it buys us that time. The other option is we vote no on everything and then have to save the stuff in 2 years. So that's why Westmark is voting yes, because it gives us a year to look at it rather than a few years to look at this cycle. If we can give you our cycle time, our players will
Chat
ask
right there.
us for faster rules changes, faster rules updates, and this is what allows us to do. That's what we want to vote yes. We don't let other rules in here, but we do think it's worth testing and looking at. Thank you.
Maybe.
So yes, a reminder about the way the COM bylaws function. The bylaws of the Circle of Monarchs are not the bylaws of Amtgard International. They are not the legal bylaws. These are a self-imposed set of guidelines that allow us to have operational continuity from year to year, from chair to chair. So it is possible that, you know, in next quarterly meeting, someone could motion to suspend the single line of bylaws that do not allow us to vote on rules, and we could revisit these packages in Q4. So our bylaws can be changed at will by us by a supermajority. They're not as difficult to change as the true bylaws of the organization, which are the bylaws of Amtgard International, overseen by the board. So it is not out of the question that you guys could not revisit this in Q4. In fact, it's actually a quite simple thing to do. But as our standard policy and our standard operating procedures, yes, next year would be the time, but that could easily be changed should the COM willfully do that. Senator Jukara.
Oh, I didn't take my hand down, I guess.
Okay.
I'm fine, thank you.
Blackspire.
Hi, yeah, I would like to respond to wetlands. In the matter of, I know there's a lot of things that we can go to a rules rep, discuss what we don't like, and have them make a new package. I know at least with my rules rep, super awesome dude. Also, we sat down, we talked about everything. We talked about the changes that people in our kingdom didn't like and what they did, and most of the things that either we didn't like as much as a kingdom were already voted on 3, 4, 5 times. And with there being 23 of us, I do believe this package is as good as it gets for right now. And once again, it's a playtest for a year, and we'll see it again next year or in 2 years if it's voted no. So I know that my rules rep has done their job and already tried adjusting the package to what we would like to see as well. So a lot of time and effort went into it. Thank you.
Thank you. And wetlands response.
No, I 100% agree. I mean, and again, you know, our rules reps are working hard. But again, I think I'm on every single kingdom page, and I've seen the engagement some rules reps have, and I see this with some that don't. You're right. We're 23. We're one voice of 23. That's how our circles work. That's how our rules reps work. And you know, it's going to be a different piece. But I mean, to be fair, you know, if we have to table this or the vote fails and we need to go to Q4, you know, I urge everybody to use that time to get with your rules reps, have actual candid conversations with your populace. If you haven't done so, you know, and then let's work on making it better to where it will pass. That's how these votes work. If they fail and we still want these items, we push them through a different way or, you know, adjust it to where more people come through. That's a compromise.
Perfect. Thank you. Dale, in person.
Yes, the question was brought up for clarification. The compromise option that was presented that we could vote on this quarterly was brought up, but we believe that is in stark contradiction to what the rules of play actually state. Is that what we are saying for clarification, that if we don't vote now, we could use a Q4 vote as a bridge to adjust to allow this to vote to be presented again with another package?
The COM bylaws allow us to do so. I will have to look again at the rules of play. If the rules of play say can only, then no, we would not be able to override the rules of play without waiting to the annual meeting. If the rules of play are less directive in how that happens and say just will, then it's possible we could interpret that as allowing something else to happen. Manama.
Yeah, so I'm rereading that section just to say, but like, I mean, I think it's inappropriate anyways, regardless of what it says here, because playtest period is supposed to allow playtesting, and voting now allows, because this would be probably get posted in August, and then you have August through November-ish for, most of the northern states especially to play, at least at a competitive level, or at least be able to play test it in a everyone's active level. And then the changes happen in February for the mid-play test, which are mandated in the rules of play. So if you guys wait until Q4, they'll be able to change it again in February without any feedback. And then the next time that they'll do changes is right before the July meeting. We really need that playtest period from now, from August until the end of until February, to get enough feedback, because the mid-play test is probably the most important one to make the changes, because that's actually the changes they make there will be able to be play tested again. So it allows 2 iterations. But as far as like what the actual, rules of play says, and it says, it says the rules pertaining to proposals must be the finalized list presented by the executive committee to be considered for the vote at the annual meeting. Absolutely no rules change proposals or rules clarification requests proposed during the course of the annual meeting will be considered by the AICOM. And then, it says during even years, at least 1 month prior to the annual meeting, the RRO compiles a final list of the rules change proposals, submit to the executive committee, and then each kingdom's rules rep will make a finalized list available to their kingdom and publish for discussion and feedback. And this is a guideline for how this, part should work. Technically, you can make small adjustments within this. I just don't think it's very appropriate to vote on this in the Q4 meeting, because you'll lose a lot of that playtime. You'd have to actually vote to maybe extend the playtest period in somewhat, and maybe allow it to be voted on not next July, but maybe later than that, if you want to do something like that. That's my suggestion, at least.
And so, yes, evaluating this further, it would be quite a stretch to allow Q4 meetings. That would be some serious legal wrangling with this document. But we would have to review that more later. But as Craig has indicated, the process in the rules of play is set up to be functioning exactly as it is set up right now, with the multiple moving parts for the playtest period being what he indicated. And each of those parts is considered sort of integral to that process. Dale, in-person room.
Okay. Go. Just speak loudly.
Ready to find notes, motions to go.
And reps, I would like to add that we are not having what appears to be any bandwidth issues. If any of the in-person people want to use the dial-in feature on your phone as a microphone, a personal microphone, feel free to do so. Okay, that's going to bring to close the discussion. I see no more hands up. Due to the nature of the discussion, I, as chair, do feel it's appropriate to revote this item. I'm not sure if someone needs a motion for that or not, but our bylaws do indicate that after discussion, we should revote.
Motion for revote.
3 more seconds.
We'll give James, are you ready for a revote? Give him 1 more second here to comment. Okay. All right, looks like we are ready. So now we are going to vote on this package again. Please bear in mind as you cast your vote the discussion that has happened prior. So this is a vote to accept the main rules package as presented by the rules rep organizer for the year of playtesting as indicated in the Amtgard rules of play under the rules revision process. Burning Lands, how do you vote?
No.
Blackspire.
Yes.
Crystal Grove.
Yes.
Celestial Kingdom,
No.
Dragonspine, Desert Winds,
Yes.
Emerald Hills,
No.
Golden Plains,
No, no.
Golden Vale,
Still yes.
Iron Mountain,
Still yes.
Northern Lights,
Yes.
North Reach,
Yes.
Neverwinter,
Yes.
Polaris,
No.
Rivermore,
Yes.
Rising Winds,
Yes.
Tal de Gore,
Yes.
Viridian Outlands,
Yes.
Winter's Edge,
Winter's Edge votes no.
Wetlands,
Wetlands is still no.
West March,
Yes.
Nine Glades,
Yes.
13 Roads.
Yes.
Okay, let this vote stand as proof of the old adage that Amtgarders are nothing if not stubborn. So, like I said before, it is the executive committee's will that the process move along. So we are going to evaluate this situation, evaluate everything that's happened, and do our best to make sure that resolutions happen, right? Because as mentioned before by multiple people, stagnation is not a good thing. So I don't want anyone to think that we're going to walk away from today and just try to forget about this, because that is definitely not what's going to happen. Manima, would you like to respond?
Yes, I just have a few things to say. Hold on, I have a question though, actually. Gavin, you're having them vote on the individual things over lunch, right?
Oh, yeah, we're going to ballot that, yeah.
Okay. So a few things about this. I think that we as an organization really need to evaluate how we do the rules revision process, because really it's about consistency and kind of not wasting people's time in general, right? When you want to work on something, you want to make sure that what you're working on is going towards something. And there needs to be a direction there, actually a specific focus. Like if a boss tells me, hey, I need you to work on a automation program that does this thing. And then I come up with a set of criteria because he will not give me any, or he doesn't know how it will work. And then I give him something, he's allowed to make critique and stuff, but it's kind of inappropriate for him to like go like, oh, well, this is not what I wanted at all, even though the thing is for me or something like that, right? So there's a system that we probably should look at as an organization, especially since we're doing the business. I mean, you guys just voted for the business evaluation committee. I think this needs to be a strong part of this evaluation, is how we do this part, because you guys, you know, who makes the decision and why do they make the decision is really the two things you guys got to look at right now, right? We have the rules representatives and we have the monarchs voting in the current system. It's been this way now for like a long time. I think well over 15 years. And this process works, but doesn't work, right? We all have problems with this process. I'm sure there's things that you wanted in this package that weren't there because the rules reps voted no, the exact opposite. So they actually prevented you guys from seeing changes you probably want as well. And the question is though, who gets to make the decision in the end? Right now, obviously, it's the monarchs. But why are you guys voted into these positions? I know some of you are senators, so obviously some of you are probably more involved, but I know most monarchs are not voted in like 3 months ago or whatever the time was by your populace because they're like, oh yes, that person will be able to change the rules of play the way that I want them to. I don't think that is the case for most of the time. I think our senators do a good job of it, but I think monarchs in general do not. And there's this disconnect too, because if you're not talking with your rules representative, like imagine this example. So rules representatives, you have three different ways that you guys could vote on based on what your rules reps voted. So if you vote the same ways your rules rep did for every item, then why do I have you vote? I could have just asked your rules rep what the vote was because you guys were aligned and that's okay. If you vote this way your populace wants, say you just do a Facebook poll where you poll every park that you have in your kingdom, why do I have you vote? Because the rules rep could have just been mandated to do that instead through processes. If the third reason why you voted is because you just decided to ask other people other than your rules reps, you decided to talk to people outside of your populace or maybe just a few people, and then you made a decision today based on that, I don't want your rules rep in my Discord talking to me what the rules changes should be. You should be there. Because what is the purpose of us going through this entire process if at the end of the day, you're the one that tells me what the answer is, then I don't want you just today telling me what the answer is. I want you to tell me 5 months ago when we decided about the martial archetypes being in the package, or the, you know, all the other things we have. That's when this process needs to happen. If we're going to keep with the current way that we do things, right? It doesn't make any sense actually for Monarchs to vote, because either the rules rep should be the one to do it. You told them that what you as Monarchs are the ones that said that this person should be here. You said that person is the one doing it. So either you trust them to do it. It's like appointing somebody to be your regent, and then when they give out a master dragon that you didn't want to, you'd be like, no, I'm going to say no to you. No, it's their, you know, you basically let them do that. I mean, that's their idea. And it's kind of the same thing here. We have to let our volunteers do the thing that we appoint them to do. And obviously, if there's some extreme cases, we can go through and be like, no, that's obviously inappropriate. But I don't think that anything in this package is inappropriate. I've seen a lot of rule changes over my lifetime in this game. I've seen a lot
Point of
different ways
privilege,
doing
I'd like to
it,
move the
but-
question. This is outside the scope of the question posed.
Very good. Your point is taken, Manama.
Understood. So the next thing I will say is that the individual changes you guys can vote on, those will be still play tested when you guys do vote on those things. And the third thing I'm saying is that this is actually my last COM as a rules rep organizer. I'm stepping down. I notified the AIBOD in early June this was happening. Heron will be taking over as pro temp RRO, and there will probably be a confirmation vote or a vote coming in Q4 or for next year. This is because of personal reasons. I am stepping away from Amtgard for like a year, actually unrelated to this position. It's just that obviously it's not appropriate for me to be rules rep organizer while I'm not playing the game, I feel. So, but I still will be involved when it comes to making sure that her and Gorvan, who also helps a lot with organizational stuff, to make sure that they're okay before I fully step away. So if you have any questions or any comments, and reach out to me, feel free to do so.
The AICOM will make a point of clarification on that momentarily when we finish up this line of discussion. Dale.
Hi, this is Alexander from the. We would request that there are no more bulk packages. I understand that that's going to make the CLM meeting longer, but there's lots of good stuff in this package. But there are deal breakers that our kingdom was not willing to go forward with. I brought them to attention, maybe late, but also I had a 90% poll for voting no. I'm not going to go against my kingdom's wishes just because other people in other kingdoms want that. It's my job to represent my kingdom. My kingdom said no. I'm people already chatters here, but hey, that is the process.
Great, thank you. And wetlands.
You know, I'm going to cut my snarkiness aside because I found some of that fairly concerning. But I think that, you know, if we're going to make statements like, you know, we need to listen to our rules reps, then every single rules rep should be voted by their kingdom. But that is a kingdom problem. That is not for the COM to sit there and say your people have to do that. We have elected officials making votes from their populace. We have to trust that they're doing it in the interest of their populace. We have to, you know, believe that we have in good faith they're doing their due diligence. If that doesn't happen, that's a failing on the kingdoms. But that doesn't mean to say that we need to come in here and tell us that we need to, you know, that our monarchs aren't doing what they need to do, or they're not as engaged in their populaces that they're, you know, we're claiming. They're voted in by their populace. They are the voice of their populace. Our senators are voted in by their populaces. So they are the voice of their populace. You know, attack the issue, not the whole.
Great, thank you. And Dale.
Sorry, I think I just forgot to put the hand down.
Yep, quite right. So yes, today does serve as Manama's official stepping down from the position. We are not officially appointing a pro tem person at this time because we do want to have open elections. The executive committee will be working closely with several people, including Heron and Gorvan, to ensure that the process continues. And at Q4, we will begin taking applications today for rules reps, and the COM will have an opportunity to replace the rules organizer position in Q4 with a representative or a candidate of their choosing in Q4. But there are several people who have volunteered to make sure that it goes okay in the Discord, and that the executive committee will be the official moderators of that in the meantime. To be quite honest with you, this was done because we want the Q4 election to be open to all candidates. And we feel that if we were to appoint someone pro tem, that they would have an unfair advantage per se. So the election will be open for a rules rep organizer. But the executive committee is aware who the current reps are with the most knowledge and the most deep knowledge about the process and the most involved. And we will obviously be working with those individuals to ensure the process stays uninterrupted. All right, so that does bring to an end voting and discussion on the package. We're going to take a 15-minute recess at this time, or 10 to 15 minutes to step away and discuss some things. And when we come back, we will proceed with the agenda.
Will the link for the voting of the individual pieces be sent out during this time then?
Yes.
Thank you for that clarification, sir. Appreciate you.
How are they being sent out, Gavin?
Multiple, it'll be in the chat here.
Okay, thank you.
And everyone.
Gavin, we're not seeing individual votes on that link that was set up.
Okay, let me check it out.
That is the vote record, correct? That is
Yeah.
not the actual ballot.
That looks like the case.
Yeah. It's probably best for us to ballot that over lunch to give everyone adequate
Yeah.
time to enter their things. So we'll make sure that that's out for you guys.
The ballot is a Google form, correct? Not a sheet.
Yes, it'll be a Google form, not a sheet. Okay, so we're getting back into it now. I think it's been about 15 minutes. To keep time constraints in an orderly manner, we will give everyone the hour-long lunch break with which to execute their votes on the individual items, of which there are around 20. Then immediately after lunch, we will show the breakdown of those votes, and you may motion to discuss any of those changes that you wish. So we are postponing the second half of item number 2 until during the lunch break, where they will be voted on, and then discussion will open immediately after lunch on the results of that. So we're going to move into item number 3. This is going to be Dusty giving a chance to discuss any updates on the Code of Conduct Investigation Committee that last year, as one of his last acts as president of the Amtgard International Board of Directors, Smiley, Dusty Marshall, formed this task force to investigate the code of conduct in general. As you know, it's always one of the most contentious parts of our game, and it is certainly a living document that we can continue to improve. And the goal of the task force was to investigate issues with the code of conduct, how it's been performing for good, how it's been performing not so good, and to make suggestions and give updates to the COM in ways that we can continue to improve this process, which has become an integral part of running this organization. It would be my preference if we could get Smiley in front of a laptop with the camera so that we can see him in full view while he gives this update. If he could use yours, James, or one of the extras you have, Dale. The in-person room might not quite be back yet. while we're waiting for the in-person people to join us, does anyone have a short but brief story about something super positive happening in your kingdom?
I'm getting knighted here in a few hours. I guess that's a positive thing.
That's a very positive thing. Congratulations.
My wife's getting knighted next month, actually. So
Awesome. Congratulations.
Well, for talking about knighting, this is totally not a plug, but Iron Mountains has two awesome people that we're getting ready to knight, including our first 5-belted knight at Rackus coming up at the end of September. Just, if anybody is passing through Colorado. But seriously, it's really cool. It's going to be fun. And we're very proud of Sir Gus.
Speaking of really cool and knightings, I don't know if anyone else has seen the EH event that just happened a couple weeks ago, the Come Try LARP Day out at Morningwood Glen, resulting in a knighting there. Had about half of the attendees, over 100 people there, were new players that showed up, saw it on social media, came out and played, and there was a lot of engagement.
Yeah, it's past time for Amtgard to get with the program on social media engagement and how all the kids are seeing things these days. It's definitely not on Facebook. So yeah, we highly encourage, and this is something AI is working on as well with our new new assistant director of social media. Will be really making the push and giving all the kingdoms the tools, if they don't have them already, to use modern social media for outreach, because it's definitely somewhere we've fallen a little bit behind. But great to hear that you guys are using it effectively.
So over the next month and a half, we have 3 knightings coming up here in Northern Lights. Next weekend, we have Warlord Raph for Sword at the Day of the Ditch. In the month of August, we have Warlord DeVry for Sword, Battle, and Flame, I believe. And then at our End Rain Fall Classic, September 8th or September 7th, we have Lefty for Knight of the Serpent.
Cool. Still waiting on positive confirmation from the in-person room. They are ready to go again. Six out of 9 members in person are in the room. So we started again, it's been 3 hours. Okay, so lunch will be at 2 o'clock Central. That's 1 hour from now, or a little bit sooner, perhaps, after we finish items 3 and 4. And possibly 5, depending on time.
Also, thank you again for streaming to the Discord, Wetlands.
Yeah, sorry the YouTube live stream didn't work out. I didn't know that my organization would put their watermark on it. This unfortunately can't. Maybe be a good recruiting tool. University of Texas does have 50,000 students.
That would be where I first heard of live action role playing, actually, over 30 years ago now.
Cool. Hold up, guys. What? Guys, come on. All right, looks like they're ready. Can the in-person attendees hear me again?
Loud and clear.
Perfect. All right, so as I indicated, maybe some of the in-person attendees didn't tell me, you should be seeing that ballot in the chat. You'll have all the way through lunch to ballot that, so don't feel that you have a rush to get to it or to type furiously. You'll have the entire course of the lunch break to complete your ballot. We will finish the remainder of item 4 after the lunch break, once we have tallied the votes and be able to show all those pie charts to you. So next is Dusty speaking on progress that the Code of Conduct Evaluation Committee has made. As you know, the Code of Conduct is the central part of our organization, and one that we are continually seeking to improve. So last year, the former president of the Amtgard International Board of Directors formed at his discretion a committee to evaluate the effectiveness of the Code of Conduct and make suggestions in ways that the document and process can be improved. And so here he is to speak on progress that committee has made. He should be, there he is. Right.
All right, are we good? Can you see me?
Yes.
Can you all hear me out here? Okay, so I'm trying to be loud enough for everybody in the room too. Jason, thank you very much for giving me the time to speak on the COC task force. It's greatly appreciated, and your headdress looks majestic, kind of. With that, some of the things that we have found with the COC task force is limited and small. We have not been able to have the meetings that we needed, and a lot of that is due to my own personal life issues. And so to just be perfectly transparent with everybody in the room and everybody online, in my life, I'm averaging about 1.5 deaths of people, friends or family in my life for the past months since January. Also doing what I do for a career and a living as a pastor, I've had to officiate over 50% of those funerals, and part of those being within my own personal family. So I'm taxed, I'm mentally worn out, and I just haven't had the bandwidth or spoons to do that. Those of you who have served on the committee or on the task force with me, you know that I've made some messages that we need to look for someone who can help me lead that up. Louder Milk said that he will not do it, and it's fine. I still love him, but that's where we're sitting, and I would really like to restructure it a little bit and see if we can get that going, but I think it's something that we don't need to stop. Some of the issues that we have found is across the board, it seems like everybody has an opinion on the COC itself and how we implement it, what we do with it. And in some aspects, it's always the same thing. We think that there are some good things that have come out of it, but we still think that it doesn't work well the way it's supposed to, or somebody's abusing it, or we need to figure something else out. So there's obviously some type of underlying problem, but it's not the same opinion across the board of every kingdom. So there's no unification on how the COC should be implemented. And that makes sense when you're dealing with reigns of monarchy that's only 6 months, and the turnover is so great just because of how the system's designed and built for most of our kingdoms. So in that, trying to understand those things, the one common thread that has come across from what I've heard is that we need to find some type of overarching appeals process to have when we are looking at the COCs being implemented. And I don't know if that means encouraging kingdoms to do it. I don't know if that means AIBOD needs to do something. Sorry, Medrin, I know that's a bad idea. I don't know if we need to have the XCOM do it, but I'm just here to give you information so you have it to restructure or do what you need to do. So yes, Golden Plains.
Something we've been talking about a lot lately at like the monarchy board level is training of support. So for an appeals process or something like the COC, what kind of support do kingdoms expect from AI in terms of like making sure that we're not, for lack of fucking it up?
So long story short, in that aspect, that is not a question I can answer. I think that deals with some legality issues, and that deals with AIBOD directly, and I'm not part of AIBOD at the moment, so I can't speak on their behalf, and I don't think I should speak in a legal context because I'm not an attorney in any capacity. And AIBOD does have a legal counsel, and so just like when I was on AIBOD, I will gladly kick that question to Medrin because he loves me. Sorry, JP, I love you. Did everybody hear that question from JP? Does that need to be reiterated for people online?
Just please restate it, yes.
So what the question is, what type of surety or what type of mechanisms are in place or that kingdoms have to understand the support they have from AIBOD to make sure essentially legally they're not screwing things up when they implement a COC onto somebody. And so I said I can't answer that. But give me a second to finish my kind of presentation here, and I'll gladly give it to Jason if he wants to hand that off to Medrin or representative of AIBOD. If Jason, if you're okay with that, unless you want to answer, unless you want us to address that now.
No, do you want to answer it now, or would you like to finish?
Let me continue on, and we'll get, and we'll tag that at the end if that's okay.
Yep. Noted.
So then the other aspect that is also brought up that we have found is, quite simply put, we have more monarchs and more people that have used and implemented the COC with a mentality of, I have no other option to remove a player with inside of my kingdom from my kingdom or from a field because of bad behavior. I must only use the COC. So I know that is not the true, like that's not true. You do have that. So we're realizing there's some communication breakdown or maybe some training breakdown of what can be done. And so part of this presentation is simply to tell everybody sitting here, because this is the easiest way to do it with all the senators and monarchs in the room. Even for myself, when I served as a kingdom monarch, I never went to the COC first unless it was obvious, guaranteed that this was a violation of such a degree. That's the only, that's immediately where I should start at. And I think that it automatically deals with, when you're going with sexual abuse, physical abuse, things that are inside of that range, that we know that this has happened. And I go, yeah, I don't need to sit and talk with them and go, hey, can you not do that again? That's horrid. We would immediately go, you not only you banned under the COC permanently, and it goes across all kingdoms, I'm also contacting law enforcement with the information that has been given to me so they can conduct an investigation, and hopefully there might be an arrest. That's where that mainframe sits. But for other things, so-and-so cussed me out and created a hostile environment on my field because of this. As a monarch, I can go up to them and go, you're going home for the next 2 weeks or month. You're not coming out to park. Go chill, calm down. This is your first warning. You come back and do this again, we will go through this process again, and I'm going to ask you not to be here for maybe a little bit longer. If you want to get crass with me or argue with me, or you want to show me the worst part of yourself in this discussion while I'm having it, I will gladly go to the COC now, and you're banned permanently, or you're banned for a year, or you're banned for the entirety of my reign. You don't immediately have to climb the ladder and institute a COC right off the bat. Yes, Golden Plains.
I agree with you. I really feel like there's a need for support and training in this area.
I completely agree with you. Our current suggestion right now coming forward to you is I would like to continue the task force, but when I was president of AIBOD, I appointed this task force. Oh, sorry. Beth, say that all over again so I can get it right.
That monarchy needs training and support in this area.
Gotcha. Monarchy needs training and support in this area to be able to understand how to implement instead of going straight to the COC. Do I have that right? Did I represent you well in that? Okay. So when I appointed the task force, this task force is under the purview inside of AIBOD, essentially, reviewing this. That COM, you guys could do that. And remember, we had that going, and I said, guys, we've already created this in AI. Can you let us continue this process before you do that? And that's the same thing I'm asking now. This is created so we can have full transparency with you as the COM. So we can have full transparency with you as the COM, so that we can work in tandem with you as AICOM and AIBOD. And in that, we can create or readjust or redesign the COC and how it is, and help with proper implementation across the board. That's why it's here. So have we completed everything? No, because my life sucks right now. Would I ask you guys and ask AIBOD to allow us to continue this process and revamp it a little bit to where we can appoint somebody alongside me or appoint somebody else to be the head of it? Yes, that greatly needs to be done. But these are at least the main issues we have covered so far. Yes, CK. Is your mic on your computer? Okay. So do I have any suggestions or plans to take action? I would like more time to investigate. So we can get that across the board. I would like to have enough representatives to where we can cut our map as Amtgard into regions, and rather than doing a representative from every kingdom, that becomes very bulky and cumbersome to try to get people in the room to have a proper task force to do research and present you with data and possible suggestions going forward. So I would like to try to cut that into about 5 regions and have a committee of 5 people with one, or a task force of 5 people with 1 person over that. So a total of 6. And in that, you know, we can move forward and try to collect data. However, this is a plea I'm asking personally of our kingdoms. If you have someone who is great at data collection and putting that together as we gather it, we greatly need that on this task force, and we do not have it. So now I will leave it open to questions if anybody has any, or if Jason would like me to then move on to the legality issues that we were talking about earlier.
I have a question from Gorvan.
Go for it, Brian.
Not so much a question as much as echoing what Chewy put in chat for those who cannot see it. This highlights the fact that each kingdom needs to retain counsel to ensure they are protected and ensure their populace is protected from bad actors. Goldenville is one of the kingdoms that has a legal counsel that has advised us on constructing our own training, our own documentation process for COC guidelines. I'm happy to share with any kingdoms that want that as a resource.
The answer from Golden Plains was yes, please share that.
And
go for it.
Wetlands, question from Wetlands.
No, I'll echo. I mean, and what I wrote in there is you know, true to many expense. But I mean, most kingdoms should take it upon themselves, if they haven't done so already, come up with a way to appeal a suspension process through their board of directors. I think that would help a lot of this, and it would take a lot of things away from it. But I mean, other than that, Dusty, I put in there, you know, man, I'm out of a job after today, so if you need help, I'm here for you, buddy.
Hey, man, I just want you to cook me some good ribs, bro.
I could do both.
So to put that in perspective, though, true, you do make a point. Every kingdom should try to implement some type of appeals process or through their board of directors to do that. And in many cases, that has already happened. But the complaint that we have is often you have the monarchy team themselves that ban the individual, also part of the review process to overturn it on the board itself. And that has become one of the biggest complaints of that. That's what people are trying to figure out, what's something above that. Or for instance, one thing I was asked was, what do you do when your monarch themselves are the ones that have violated something that should be banned, but they would be responsible to ban themselves, and they're not going to do that? How do we address that as a kingdom or a group as a whole? So those are the 2 things that people don't seem to be happy about. How you guys solve that, I don't know, but those are 2 things that we've heard a few times already.
Excellent. Failwind, question.
Almost got my name. Almost.
Oh, Faywellen. Here, hold on.
It's okay. It's okay. There we go, old man. You got it.
We see it now.
I just wanted to reiterate again, the COC Code of Conduct committee. I do have somebody on that from Canada, and our laws are super different from your guys' laws. And currently, the Code of Conduct actually is not harsh enough for Canada, and some things don't apply to us. So this also works towards VO and like dual kingdoms and stuff like that. So we have to have our own representation. Like a lot of this stuff, we could ask American lawyers, but it's not going to work. So I just wanted to make sure that that was definitely on the top of your list for the COC committee, to make sure that you know international, and that we really need to rework the COCs to be an international COC.
Correct. Yeah, and to be fair, your representative is one of the ones that actually volunteered to help lead up the task force as my bandwidth started dropping off. And I think that's one of the most integral parts we have. But that was also another part of the discussion that I've had with others too, for you guys in Canada. The COC itself, like I mentioned earlier, it's not the first place you have to start, but also anything that it doesn't cover in a legality sense, especially in another country, obviously you go towards the laws of your own country and it would supersede that. So there's at least that mechanism currently for you guys to be able to function, to still be able to do and ban what you need to. But I think it's an issue that needs to be addressed so we can holistically have it across the board for all kingdoms to have one one set way to do this, if that makes any sense. And that's just my personal opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to add on to that is that when someone is banned and they bring back an appeal and stuff to us, they always refer to the American COCs that it doesn't apply to them. So this ban is unjust. So just, it would be amazing to have it international. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you guys for your support. I greatly appreciate it. So with that, Medrin, I know I said something we were going to address and possibly point to you, but I forgot what it was, if anybody remembers.
So the question was, is there any legal resources that Amtgard International is able to offer?
Right. That's something I can't speak to, so.
And I'll chime in on that sort of briefly. For a couple of reasons, it becomes a challenge. And I want to echo something that Sebastian actually just said in the chat as part of that, because I want to reinforce what Dusty had to say. On that note, the hard issue is that there are 23 of you, and you are in, I don't know how many different states. It's most of them, and also in a different country. So we could provide very general kind of best practices, ideas, like we've been talking about. Things like have an appeals process, have that appeals process be separated from the monarchy, the people making the original decision. Make sure you talk to counsel, make sure you're versed on this, create an internal training guide, an onboarding guide for your monarch, so the monarch knows how to do this. We can create those kinds of best practices and put them in a resource for you, but we're certainly not going to be able to speak to legalities. And the number one recommendation that's going to come out of that that best practices guide is make sure you discuss this with an attorney. One thing I wanted to bring up in the chat that that Sebastian, I think, just said is COC are not corporation bans. That is correct. At a base level, I guess I can talk a little bit about the history of the COC here for folks who don't know. The COC process and the COC ban came out of a line in the V6 rulebook that said the monarch had the ability to remove people from games, right? Like the monarchy could kick somebody off the field for a day. The monarchy could say, you're not allowed to play anymore. And that was, from a game management system standpoint, was where that came from. It sort of morphed into this being in the rule book, being the code of conduct and the rules of play, because at the time, the only thing that we had that even remote, like the Circle of Monarchs didn't really exist as a functional entity. The only thing, it sort of did, it was just starting to, but the only thing we had was the rules of play. And so you would have somebody say, well, you can't tell me I can't play, if you didn't have a line in the rule book that said that the monarch had the ability to say, no, you can't play. Something to that effect. And so COC bans are really in-game bans. Using them as a legal mechanism is not a great idea, because they're not really they're not designed to be legally binding on all of your, not legally binding, but they're not designed to be the final be all end all legal resource for your organization. They're designed to remove problem players from your fields. That's what the COC ban is designed to do. It's been implemented, and that's part of the discussion of make sure you talk to an attorney, make sure you have a plan for your corporation to take this into account, make sure you have the ability. Now, so the other thing in talking about, in Dusty saying there are other ways to address this, there are even other ways to address this that are permanent bans. right? Like your BOD can come down and say, that person is not eligible to play in this kingdom. And the monarchy can really do nothing about it, right? The monarchy is not involved in that. The board of directors can do that. And if you're really planning on kicking a player out of your kingdom and not letting them participate in a membership status, you probably need to be having your board of directors get involved. Again, different laws, different states. You know, Colorado has one law, Texas has another law. Texas, my understanding is it's pretty easy to remove a member, you know, from their membership in a corporation. Colorado, it's a little harder. I'm sure there are states that are even more difficult than Colorado that require more of a corporate action to be taken. And so the best advice that we can give you is make sure you at least have some concept of what the law in your jurisdiction is, right? Make sure that you are not necessarily blurring the lines, as Sebastian talked about, between corporation and game actions. I will cut it off there. I know that you guys have a lot going on today, but the short answer is yes, we can put together a best practices idea, but really a lot of those need to be from the bottom up, not from the top down. AI doesn't need to be telling you how to do this. We need you guys to be talking about the ways that you're doing things so that we can put together a best practices guide, if that makes sense. So I will leave it there.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Any additional questions? We're reaching the end of our time limit. Any additional questions for Dusty Marshall regarding his progress so far? I'm not seeing my hands.
So GP's asking if there needs to be a motion from the COM to continue this, and correct me if I'm wrong, but if I understand our procedures properly, this is a task force created by AIBOD. Therefore, the COM would not need to have a motion or a vote to continue the task force. It would just have to be the AIBOD being okay with the task force continuing.
Yes, and it was discussed, and the AIBOD has taken no action to limit or stop the task force initiated by the previous president. So at this time, it still remains active.
So for me, the last thing that I'll say with this, because I'm not seeing questions. Well, I guess I see one hand raised up.
Yeah, Gorovan, last question.
Grant, let's get to your question first before I wrap this up.
I'm just showing another resource. This is the last time the COM asked for a code of conduct best practices document. This was the document that was created.
Sweet. Oh, in the chat, I see it there. Yes. Thank you. So Grant, for some of our people here in person, they don't have access currently to any of this. Is it possible, Jason, that gets shared to the COM Facebook page?
Yeah, can you please post that later today, Gorovan? We'll approve your post.
Thank you. So to wrap this up, what I'm asking of us as kingdoms, for me personally, one, if any of you know me, you know I'm big on transparency. I'm personally an open book, and I'll tell you anything, but I think the more transparency we have, the better. One of the complications that we do run into is as we try to talk to Monarchs of how you implement COC bans or what you do with it, we kind of get stonewalled. Well, that's really none of your business. Look, I'm not asking for people's names. I'm not asking for specific instances. I want to know theory, essentially. I want to understand what is the thought process? What are you thinking? Why did you go to that first? Like, what's happening? So we can gather things together, like Medrin said, and give you a best practices. And you should be going to your attorneys where you're at. And we can talk about what's happening in Canada on an international level. So we can holistically at least present you something next year and say this. I also know the turnover rate for our COM is almost every 6 months. And so in that context, I'm asking us all, can you help me create a culture in this context with the people that will come after you and the people that will come after them to be open to help us gather simplistic information without vital data of the individuals that it has applied to. So we can see, yeah, this is literally how we're applying this across the board, or nobody's applying it the same way anywhere. We're all over the place. We just don't have answers to that because we keep getting a whole lot of, I just don't really want to share that with you because I don't think that's any of your business. Makes it a little complicated. So if you guys could help me with that, I'd appreciate it. And if you want to ask me any questions the whole time I'm here, 99.9% of you either have me on Facebook or have found a way to contact me with my own phone number, which whoever's giving out my phone number, I hate you. Or all of you have a way to get a hold of me. So I'm open to you. It may take me a minute to respond, but I will personally, physically be willing to talk with you on any of this in any facet and in any context that you have. I'm here, and I'll be as transparent as I can as we're moving forward with it. Jason, that's all I got. Thank you, guys.
Perfect. Thank you so much. The AICOM will do our best to follow up on a lot of the ideas presented here to make sure that there's a synopsis of this information presented to you in the coming days. So next on our discussion panel right before lunch is to discuss the contract issues. Now, it should be noted that we have already hosted 2 separate multiple hour-long discussions. Those recordings are available on the COM page. I will pin them to the featured sections so that they're a little bit easier to find, but you can find them by not scrolling down too long. So our goal here today is not to once again repeat everything that was said in those things, and we are going to strictly enforce this time limit. It would be best used, in my opinion, by the COM to restrain the discussions as far as it relates to the publication of the playtest rules for this cycle, because that is our most immediate need related to this project. I have James. Do you have a comment?
Point of clarification before we move forward. With Manama stepping down as the rules rep and us planning for Q4 to vote for the news rules rep organizer, what is the plan for the interim 3 months on if kingdoms need clarifications on things?
The AICOM will be overseeing the Discord with advisement from some of the more active rules reps that have already reached out to us and offered their assistance. So we will directly, depending on the outcome of everything today, the remainder of the votes, depending on the outcome of this discussion we're about to have, we'll take all that into consideration and directly through the rules reps Discord, give the best guidance that we possibly can.
Thank you.
So we will have a 30-minute max timeline discussion to discuss this issue, its relative impacts on the rules revision process. It doesn't have to be 30 minutes. If it's less, that's great. The AICOM is here to answer questions. The president of the board of directors is here to answer questions, and our legal counsel is here to answer questions as well. We have nothing prepared, but it is a small opportunity for you guys to discuss. Once again, we are willing to have another discussion down the road, separate from this meeting, to where more time can be used to discuss. But before you consider that, I would ask everyone to make sure you have watched in their entirety the previous meeting, because your question was probably covered multiple times in those previous meetings. Wetlands, AIBOD president.
Yep. Hi, guys. Actually, let me get my camera on so y'all can see me in my ugly face. If my camera doesn't freeze. Well, it might not even work. Who knows anymore? We did go through a couple meetings for folks to, digest what the board of directors had requested. And just to kind of alleviate things and start the conversation up, for those who are not aware, we have asked that our rules representatives and committees that are making rule changes that are going to be published or put into our rule book to sign a transfer of ownership agreement and a contract to ensure that our committees are in line with our wants and needs. And a lot of that just stems from the fact that at the end of the day, Amtgard has to own the information that gets published and put into our rule books. We've had a lot of contention between, rules reps, and I think the meetings we had were, immensely valuable. And I will agree with Gavin, and I hope that everybody's had a chance to view those meetings. I haven't seen a lot of questions come back on the other side of it. So we wanted to take a moment here to allow you guys to ask questions that we can address them. JP and myself are here, and we'll be more than welcome to answer anything we can. As far as the other items going, I want to ensure that, we're trying to be as thoughtful as we can. Now, I know one thing that we offered, and JP, and, we've kind of discussed this a little bit, was trying to ease some of the burdens on some of the kingdoms by creating like a submission portal. We're still fleshing that kind of stuff out. So, just be patient with us. Again, we're all volunteers and we're all here to try to do what's best for Amtgard. So I'll let you guys go with questions.
All right, Dale, in-person room.
Yes, the question was brought up here. Where is the most recent contract that we are talking about? It wasn't included in the agenda or the notes. And so if we're trying to review and see what's going on and give discussion, where can we find a copy of that contract so we can have meaningful discussion?
The most current is actually on the com page. Let me see if I can find it real quick.
Yeah, I'll update the agenda live and we can put it in the chat as well.
Thank you. Can you find it, Gavin?
Yeah, I'm looking.
Awesome.
I posted what I think it is in chat.
Thank you.
Just verify though, that's the right one.
Can you take a look, JP, to make sure that version is current?
Yeah, I'll take a look real fast. That is the correct version.
All right, so the link is in the chat and it has been updated in the agenda as well with the live link. I have moved the post concerning this up to the top of the featured section on the COM forum, make it a little bit easier for you guys to find. I won't do it. I will take this opportunity to point out, when things do come through like this on the COM page, this is why it's important for each member of the committee to monitor the Facebook page. That is essentially our official forum of discussion which is open to you guys 365 days a year. Anything you as members discuss in that committee is by default a matter of record because that is our official forum. So information you need is going to be on there. And when it comes through, we do our best to kind of pin it to the top. You know, anything the XCOM says, we definitely pin it to the top for you guys. But I'll make a little bit better effort to pin other important matters to do this. Yeah, correct. Somebody in the chat just said it is a public forum. That's correct, because we are a public committee. Not just like this meeting is being broadcast and recorded live. Our business is not private. To take something into private session, we would have to vote to do so. But your place to discuss with other members, and that discussion, while viewable, just like this meeting, is only open to you guys, and outside people are not allowed to comment, and the XCOM does police that through moderation. So in accordance with this meeting, your discussion on the forum is also visible by the public. They're just not allowed to participate. Only committee members are allowed to participate. Any questions in the meantime? I think people are taking a moment to possibly look this over if they haven't already. No, we're waiting for questions, James. If no one has any questions, like I said, we have pretty much presented our case. It looks like someone in the room perhaps wants us to restate that or restate that more succinctly. Gorvan, you have a question.
Speaking not as member of as GOV's representative, but as a representative for my Kingdom as a rules representative, I was requested to pass along that the other reps have asked me to state that they did not appreciate that the COM and XCOM BOD stated that the previous conversations were not negotiations, and instead that they were strong-arming the rules reps. This is not my own position. This is the statement that I've been asked to pass along.
Can you say that again, please, Gorman? I'm sorry, my computer just crashed, but I'm on my iPad.
Yeah, the rules reps have asked me to pass along a complaint that they feel that the XCOM, and the BOD mishandled the previous conversations by opening the conversation with a statement that we are not negotiating with you. Sign this. Specifically, that they didn't appreciate the framing of the conversation.
Well, like I said before, yeah, all of those meetings are viewable. And I think that was the disclaimer statement, that the meetings were question and answer.
Yeah.
That the duly elected representatives of Amtgard International had, in consultation with their legal counsel, presented an action which they felt best was to protect the interests of the company, and that the purpose of the meetings was not to change that action, but to answer questions about that action and how it came to be. So by saying this is not a negotiation, that was not a strong arm or a threat. It was just meant to reveal the reality of the situation, in that it was a question and answer session, not a policy formation discussion.
Understood. I'm passing along the comment that I was asked to pass along.
Perfect.
Done my part.
Understood. And I want to address that particular conversation piece because, to Gavin's point, when we did start the meetings, we did say it was not a negotiation. This is what the expectation was. But unfortunately, that representative, we did do some negotiation. We took out indemnification, that made sense, and we are trying to work at other venues. I understand the response, and I understand how the individual feels that way, but there was some modifications to the contract originally. JP worked on that and sent it back out. Were people happy with it? Obviously not, based on everything we've heard and seen so far. But we've done what we can to the best of our abilities to protect the organization, to ensure that we're in guidelines with what our council said. So I'm sorry that they felt that way. Our intention wasn't to strong arm anyone or to force anybody to do anything. But our job as a board of directors and Amtgard International as a whole is to ensure that we own the rights to all the things that are published under our IP. That's where this contract stemmed from.
Great, thank you, sir. Manama, question.
Yes, from an organizational standpoint, from AI standpoint, what kind of, do you guys have an idea now of what kind of like documentation you should give to a new rules representative? Because we have, I think, around 10 to 15 rules representatives per year transfer in and out. Some kingdoms do it twice per year because it's like elected position, like the Neverwinter, it's their GMR, right? So if I know you're trying to get this current body to do its thing, how are you enforcing it going forward though? And also what kind of documentation are you be giving to people that are new to this process? Like a brand new person, they've never been a rules rep organizer before from the Rising Winds. They come in and they're given this document and they're like, what does this actually mean? Do you guys actually have like PDFs and documents or training that you're gonna be giving these people about, okay, this is what third party means. This is what it means to be original work. Because we're not game designers, we're not paid. So the question would be then, like, how are you going to, as an organization, ensure that the rules representatives are obeying the contract itself? And what kind of support you're going to be giving them to ensure that they're knowledgeable about those things before they sign it?
Yes, JP.
Sorry, I'm struggling to navigate my Zoom today, apparently. So that's a really good question. And I think it's not a question that we have a solid answer to right now in terms of, do we have policies and procedures and processes all built out, ready to go right now? No, we don't. AI is a work in progress and is probably always going to be a work in progress. But as we develop committees, we have to develop policies and procedures for them. As we create committees, we need to create onboarding documents for them. Part of the realization and part of the discussion that I think we've been having, internally, is that there's a disconnect, I think, between in terms of what a rules rep's role is. Rules representatives are volunteers that are appointed by their kingdoms, but they are volunteers for Amtgard International. They are doing work for Amtgard International. They are volunteering their time to Amtgard International. Just like you guys have dual roles. I know that that's, again, there's a tension there, and we've often had discussions about that, but I think it bears reminding that you have dual roles. You are monarch of your kingdom with whatever roles come along with that to that organization, but you are also volunteering your time and energy as a member of the Circle of Monarchs committee of Amtgard International. You're one of the halves, essentially, of the governing body of Amtgard International. You're the one committee, maybe I'm not saying that correctly, but I'd have to review the bylaws, but I think you're the one committee that's defined by the Amtgard International bylaws, right? So there's some dual roles there. But the question is, what kind of onboarding procedures do we have in place? And the answer is we need to develop those. Those need to be developed. And, Jen Palmer, who is the current executive or general manager of executive manager. I don't remember her title exactly. I think it's general manager.
Executive director.
Executive director. There we go. ED. The executive director of Amtgard International has been doing an amazing job in getting committees organized and laid out and focused. And I think, one of the realities is that we're developing those, and we need to develop them. And part of that, I think, you know, is it's the nature of running an all volunteer organization. You know, we're going to have some volunteer work to create those onboarding documents, to create those, here's what your job is as a rules representative, here's what your job is on whatever committee we're creating. And I think this is one that has certainly come into stark focus the past 6 months or so, but it's, you know, it's, so I guess that's a very long-winded way of saying we need to develop those things.
I know there's other people that raise your hand, but I just want to ask real quick then, how is that process going to start, and then who's going to run it?
Well, so recently we have just decided to expand the office of the executive director, who is essentially the CEO of Amtgard, to include assistant directors. This is a perfect category for an assistant director, essentially an assistant director of onboarding policies. So, you know, I'm suggesting, and we can talk about it later, to our executive director that this become one of our new categories. So that would be a dedicated person underneath the executive director, who would be an assistant executive director that would be in charge of onboarding policies for all Amtgard international committees. And they would find the best people suited in the game to conduct the formation of these policies. So that, to me, would be the clearest, easiest, and probably most effective path forward.
Hey, Gavin, I'm sorry to break in here. Jen Palmer speaking. We do have a strategy team and a strategy team member dedicated to process and SOP direction. But as the rules representatives committee, is not under the executive director's purview. It's not an SOP process that we've currently been looking at outlining. I'm happy to work with you and to farm out some of my team members as needed. But since that's a COM committee, a lot of that direction needs to come from the COM, I believe.
So the answer is yes, the AICOM will work with the executive director to make that happen. And James, you were up next.
Gavin, we have a point of order in the chat.
Yep. Check it. So yeah, we are moving on to the next question. Is that
So the point of order was raised from on site, and it seems the large consensus is in the conversation we're having are not germane to the question on the agenda. They're tangential, and we would like to move to the next point of order or the next motion. So
the
move
next
the question, move to point 5. Yeah.
I'll move to point 5. Well, that'll be moving us to lunch. So there's a motion on the floor to terminate discussion on agenda item number 4.
Second, thirds, and fifths.
Second, thirds, and fifths. I think the in-person people are getting hungry. All people ready to move forward on the next agenda item, which will occur after lunch break, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay.
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 All right, the ayes have it. We will adjourn for lunch. Now, before you do anything, it's important to execute your Google ballot as soon as you possibly can. You know, preferably before you start eating. Don't wait to the last minute of the lunch break. That way, over lunch, we can have the displays prepared for you. So the ballot is in the chat. If you're in person and have trouble accessing the ballot, you can use one of the AICOM machines to execute your ballot over the lunch period. If you are remote, comment in the chat here or message me directly. Looks like we're almost done. 4 of you still need to vote. So the remaining 4 that have not voted, please do so as soon as you can at the initiation of the lunch break. And at the end of the lunch break, we will present the results of the individual voting items on the rules, and then you may motion to discuss any of those.
Gavin, point of inquiry.
Yeah.
Were we given 30 minutes to discuss the topic at hand as it was set up in the initial discussion?
It was 21 minutes when they called.
Okay, so that might be a little bit problematic if we're adjourning this issue early and people had questions.
Additionally, we are supposed to be voting on an item that the outcome of this discussion is very important to that next vote.
Can you bring Dusty over real quick for a consultation, please, James? He's still there. That's my parliamentarian advisor.
He's on his way. That's not working.
The discussion at the beginning was up to 30 minutes is what we were presented with verbally.
I would like to motion that we can break for lunch and then resume conversation after people have eaten. If that is the reason we're breaking early, because people
No,
haven't
there was
eaten
a
food.
there was a motion to terminate this agenda item that was
Dusty,
affirmed
it's
by majority consent.
Jason, I'm here if you want to run the question by me.
The question is, the agenda had an allotted time discussion of 30 minutes. And then at 21 minutes into the discussion, there was a motion and a second to terminate discussion on this item and move to the next one, and that motion was confirmed by majority assent.
So there was a motion to end discussion before time was up?
Yes.
Yeah, that motion can be made if it is, does have a second and there is a vote that passes for it to go through. As long as the vote meets the requirements for that to pass, then yes, discussion can be closed. However, the moderator can find such motions as unfavorable, given the context of what may be going on, if they feel there is a need for the discussion to continue to the time limit allotted. It's not necessarily advised to do so, but you do have that option.
Great, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So we will choose to let the motion and majority assent on the floor stand. As before, there have been two-hour discussions on this topic. You should be able to find all that information there as well. And should the COM wish, the executive committee will host another discussion time on this at a future date. So like we said, we will be following the majority assent of the committee to terminate discussion on this item and move to lunch break. Please, the last 4 people who have not executed their votes, do so now so that we can, over the lunch break, get the results tabulated for you. We will reconvene at 2 p.m. sharp, ready to go at 2 p.m.
Gavin, I want for the record to object to the meeting going on. I think it was a little premature, but I just want to be on record for that.
ExCom Secretary, please note the objection in the minutes by the wetland.
Golden Vale also objects.
And Golden Vale as well.
Nine Blades also objects.
And Nine Blades as well.
Neverwinter objects.
All right. ExCom Secretary has the 4 Kingdoms objections noted. All right, great. We will see you in exactly 1 hour. 1 hour and 7 minutes.
Mr. Chair, could you repost that link again so I can vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you also answer what time it is there? Because I'm not very good with time zones jumping and I'm in Florida.
Yeah, so 1 hour and 6 minutes from now. So that is
perfect.
2 p.m. Mountain Time. So
thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So how everyone doing?
Now that I got the ballot to work, I'm doing fine.
Gavin, you might want to pause recording. I mean, unless you need an hour.
Junk. Okay. All right. Item 17, any further discussion? All right, item 18. Unlock Paladin, Anti-Paladin did not pass. Any call for discussion on this item?
Motion again.
Do we have a second?
Never winner seconds.
Never winner. Gorvan.
This item actually should have been in the package. It reached 80% support among the rules reps. Manama and I decided to take it out because it was so controversial. I'm just shocked to see that's about a 10% drop in votes change between the Circle of Monarchs representatives and the rules representatives. Where is that disconnect coming from?
Never winner, you seconded. Do you have comment?
Who is that for, Jason? I'm sorry.
The person who seconded.
Lyle.
Lyle did.
My apologies. I couldn't hear you. I lost connection for a moment there. I'll come back and I hear Lyle. So what did I miss?
You seconded, so you get second opportunity to speak.
Oh, and we are still, make sure I'm still where I believe we're at 18, right?
Correct.
Okay. So I would like to know more of why we're saying no. I know that at one point in time, this class was locked behind knighthood, but was originally removed. As we are opening the game up more and more to our newer players, trying to make sure they have a draw, why are we trying to lock something behind it? Especially for a class such as Paladin, which a lot of players, I can name countless that I've met, brand new players out the gate who love the idea of Paladin. And unfortunately, one of the reasons why they ended up leaving was because they couldn't get there in time before to get what they really wanted out of the game. So why are we wanting to lock that away?
Black Spire.
So a disconnect between rules reps and their monarchs. I did vote the same way that my rules rep and I discussed about as no. And the idea of having something that's attainable, a goal to reach forward to that's not followed and chased by an award or a piece of paper behind it is nice to see. Realistically, it's a small entry to get into the class, and it's not chasing the piece of papers that say you did the thing. And that's kind of a nice goal to have.
Point of order. I appreciate that you voted the same way as your rules rep. I don't really want. I'm not here to try and bully people to change their votes. I just want to know where the disconnect is coming from for people who voted differently than their rules rep. We can respectfully disagree on whether Paladin and Anti-Paladin should be available at level 1. I'm fine with that.
Well, so this is not our opportunity to create other people's responses.
Exactly. Yes.
Two representatives have asked why you voted no.
Hang on. What is the point of order exactly?
I'm saying is my question is directed to those who voted differently from your rules reps.
But that's not of concern to this committee.
It is. This is we just voted on it. I'm asking those of you who voted differently from your rules reps, why did you vote that way?
Yeah, but that's a question, not a point of order.
Okay, the point of order to just clarify my question because people are answering a different question. I don't know the proper procedure for that.
Gotcha.
So can you unmute? Yeah. Hey, Jason, this is Dusty for the parliamentary procedures.
Yeah.
So the point of order, so basically that is not a point of order. That is simply just trying to ask a question, which Bob Roberts rules of order. As chair, you have the ability to rule that is unfavorable because it's not a point of order and it's actually out of order within the session that you have.
Right.
Okay.
I will stand by that
my
this,
question then.
that the question of questioning of committee members needs to pertain to the rule at hand. And so you can question why they disagree with the rule.
Okay. To address the question in chat from Trevor Hendricks, I believe as the CK representative, I don't actually want to force a revote. It is just how we are forced to do so by our bylaws. My discussion is this item changed 10% between the rules reps and the Circle of Monarchs. For those whose votes differed from the rules rep,
I have a point of order.
What was your procedure for that?
Yes, we've already said that we're not discussing that.
If this isn't a point of order, then this entire discussion is moot and needs to move on or.
Fine. I'm fine with.
Anyone else want to talk about, to answer Neverwinter's question, why they disagreed with unlocking Paladin anti-Paladin? Any further comments on Paladin and anti-Paladin?
It should be noted that because the faster leveling was in the base package and that failed. One thing that was looked at there is that the reading it from the package, approximately the new player earns approximately 27, 28 credits in their first year. So for the average player, it takes 2 years to unlock this. So yes, that is a goal. It's something to work towards. But with the faster leveling failing, it's now a less attainable goal. Not everyone's able to make it every single week out for a year straight. Even then, that's a big ask, in my opinion. And it shows as the average player doesn't make it to a level 6 in a class within a year. It takes 2, it looks like. So this isn't good for the average player base, having this locked.
Any further comments? All right, item 19.
Sorry, did he use my unmute button time? There was a thing on the chat saying that poll sizes are different between the two votes. That is incorrect. There are 23 voters for both. The difference is that the percentages in the doc are rounded to a full percent. The votes in the form now are rounded to tenths of percent.
Very good. Item 19. Assassin insubstantial trickery did not pass. Any call for discussion on this item? Item 20. Replace fight after death with rage did not pass. Any call for discussion on this item?
Call it motion.
13
Seconded.
Roads. And who was the second? Viridian Outlands?
Yes.
All right, 13 Roads.
Fight after death. I just want to reiterate, it's the only ability in our rulebook that is marked as, hey, if this is potentially an unsafe ability, keep an eye on players and maybe take this away from them if you don't think they can handle it, if they're not handling it properly. I think I'm gonna say adding a layer of keep an eye on all of your barbarian players to make sure that they are using this ability safely that is inherently unsafe just adds a layer of trying to think of the word, but it gives us my brain's slipping on the proper word for it. It makes us like we're accountable for their act. I can't speak right now. I'm sorry, my mouth's not working.
Liability.
Well, there, thank you. That's the word I was looking for. It gives the air liability. I'm say anything that can soften that for the kingdom level, like, oh, so and so injured so and so doing this at our event using our rules because the Reeve wasn't paying attention or the Reeve wasn't notified beforehand. I just think that it's not a good precedent to set having that in the rule book anymore.
And Viridian Outlands, you seconded.
The same mentality of it's the ability that has the most, well, it has amongst the most things that can go wrong with new players.
Wetland.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you. I mean, but a part of this is that, I don't want us to be abdicating safety-based bad actors, right? I think part of the problem that we run into whenever we're dealing with battle games is you have in every park, whether they should have park leadership, park safety, i.e. champions, GMRs, kingdom level GMR, champions, game runners, things like that, and other players. You can rely on your veterans and all that. I think that, if we did away with this, if it was because it's a safety concern, I'd like to see the demographic on that. How many people have been injured, things of that nature. Whether this is something we actually are really addressing a major issue, or is it something that we think is a major issue. But I think that we need to make sure that our accountability pieces are for the people in positions that are choosing to be in those positions and hold them accountable as well to do things. I think that sometimes we get away from that, and it's not just a position, it's a responsibility as well. I've done it over the course of my Amtgard career. So I mean, I get the understanding. I mean, I get the intent behind the want to change, but I think I think there's more nuance to it.
Any other comments? Dale.
Do we want to continue the discussion or are we ready to move on?
Oh, no, last call for comments. If anyone in person has something, please add now.
Sure. So this is Wes March. The big thing about this one is that while we do think that Fight After Death is a problematic ability, we think that Rage does not solve the problem. The big problem with Fight After Death is that it is the count, the timeline that forces people to have to act quickly and recklessly, and Rage does the same problem. And therefore it does not solve the problem, it simply replaces it. And that is why we are not in favor.
Blackspire.
To my understanding, reading Rage, though, you can still take wounds. And so that would take care of the counting down and acting frantic, because in Fight After Death, you're just going until your timer runs out. In Rage, at least you can still be killed or stalled earlier.
Any other comments on item 20, replace Fight After Death with Rage?
I can confirm that you can take wounds during Rage, if that was a question and not a statement.
Any final comments?
Point of order, are we, I'm looking at the package and the votes, and I'm seeing some adjustments. What's going on with that? Are we allowing adjustments during the meeting?
Adjustments where?
On the actual package that we're looking through. I mean, I just had it pulled up on my iPad and I saw that there was stuff being typed. I don't know what that is.
We changed it so that the percentages were available for the rules reps votes next to the basically we added it to the, if you look on the left side of the outline, it will have the percentages, and also every thing has the percentages on there.
You're amazing. Thank you.
Yep. Well, to tell Heron and Gorvin they're amazing. They're the ones that did it during the break.
Amazing. Thank you. It just freaked me out because I saw stuff moving on the screen. I'm like, what in the world?
Item 21. Monk armor did not pass. Any call for discussion on item 21?
I do. Neverwinter. Oh,
Neverwinter would like discussion. Do we have a second?
GB seconds.
Neverwinter, item 21, Monk armor.
So I'm very curious why this one got no voted, and I'm sure I understand from earlier conversations I can't get all the answers, but last year there was a vote for monks to not get spell balls because their hands were holding all the other weapons. Sure, I get that, but routinely the monk is considered to be the weakest class. It has the least amount of power. And this was something that the rules reps had worked out in an effort to not make them powerful, to not make them the A tier, but to at least get them off of the F tier. And that's something I want people to think about, is this is also, again, still playtesting, so we can make changes where needed on this.
Gorvan, you seconded.
Lyle covered all my points.
Very good. Wetlands.
No, I stupid clicked. Don't mind me.
Very good. Any responses to Neverwinter or further discussion on item 21? All right. Wetlands.
Yeah, it is stupid quick that time. I mean, I will say that you know, some of the conversations I've had with folks is that they didn't feel that
lost your audio.
Sorry about that. My poor PC decided it wanted to crap on me again. I think I'm gonna leave it shut down and needs to go back in the shop. Some of the conversations I had with individuals about the monk armor piece was that they necessarily didn't feel that monk was as weak as some of the other classes. We had conversations about, a lot of people felt, and of course I believe this is going to be based on who's playing your classes, the area that you're playing in, and the meta of your particular kingdoms and parts. But they felt that depending on who played the monk, across the board, they didn't feel that it was weaker than a couple of the other classes. Now, whether that's true or not, I don't know. Everybody has their own niche to feel. But a point of armor makes it, especially when it's just naturalized, makes it harder to, does provide some problems with reading, unless you have, spell scripts or something added on there. The other piece behind it was that, they're still immune to, verbals and things of that nature. So that was part of the problem. Oh, I understand correctly then. I still voted yes on it because my kingdom did, but yeah.
Dale.
This is Oberon from Northreach. I play Monk primarily. I can say that one of the biggest issues with Monk is a mismatch in equipment against casters. Most of the casters have access to either magical armor, shields, or another issue that unless you're running a crushing, breaking polearm build specific, you're going to be mismatched against the people you're supposed to be primary targets on. That being said, I do understand that that's a significant difference in the warmer kingdoms where they don't wear armor a lot because of the heat. So there's a bit of a mismatch whether you're coming from a northern kingdom or a southern kingdom on the actual strength of the class. So where I live and people wear armor, it can be a significant thing if the casters are purchasing their armor or using their magical armor against a monk, whereas even with crushing breaking, I've got to get 4 hits on you before you hit me once. It can make a mismatch.
All right. Any further discussion? Final item, monk armor. Okay, so what we're about to do is to in-person people on the screen, you're going to see a list of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items up for revote. They'll be in front of you. When I call your name, you're going to look at your 6 votes in a row, and I'll ask you if you want to change any of them. You guys can watch as we're going to develop that for you right now. We have item number 6. So we'll just need to hide all the other columns. I can probably help you with that here. Let's see, hide, yeah. Oh, you made a copy, yeah. Just highlight and hide everything we don't need. Just right click and hide, there you go. Okay, it'll take us just 1 minute to prepare this. Item 6, item 11. Item 15. Item 17. Item 18 and 20. Okay. All right. Scroll back up. I'll be calling your name in the order you see them here on this screen. And you see, if you have any questions about which is which, you should be clearly able to see them there. Can you scroll up to Black Spire so they can see their name?
Jason, I believe we are revoting on monk armor too, correct?
Oh, yeah, I didn't write it down, sorry, 21. Sorry. Okay. All right. Black Spire, please view your indicated votes. If you wish to change any votes, state the item number and what you wish to change your votes to. If you wish to not change any votes, say, I wish no changes.
I wish no changes.
Burning Lands,
Burning Lands, wish no changes.
Celestial Kingdom,
Wishes no changes.
Dragonspine,
Dragonspine wishes no changes.
Emerald Hills,
Emerald Hills has no changes.
Golden Plains,
No changes.
Golden Vale.
Golden Vale would like to yes vote Magic Stabs.
Item 11, Magic Stabs, Golden Vale changed into yes. Any further changes, Golden Vale?
No additional changes.
Neverwinter,
No changes.
Nine Blades,
No changes.
Northern Lights,
Magic Stabs to yes. The rest no changes.
Northern Lights changes item 11, Magic Stabs to yes. Northreach,
No changes.
Polaris,
No changes.
Rising Winds,
Rising Winds would like to change item 21 to yes.
Rising Winds changes item 21, Monk Armor to yes. Any further changes?
No changes.
Viridian Outlands,
No changes.
West March.
You didn't call 13 roads. You just I didn't
Okay.
realize it was getting called there.
Yep. Rising Winds, it's right now 13 roads.
Change I'd like to change 17 to yes.
13 rows changes item 17, unify lower ice ball frequencies to yes. Any further changes?
No, that was it.
Viridian Outlands,
No changes.
West March,
That's where I would like to change item 11 and 21 to yes.
item 11 and 21 to yes for West March. Any further changes?
No.
Wetlands,
Change 18 and 21 to yes.
Wetlands changes anti-paladin, unlock, and monk armor to yes. Any further changes? Any further changes, Wetlands? No.
No, sir. Sorry.
Winter's Edge,
Winner's Edge does not change votes.
Crystal Groves,
No changes.
Iron Mountains,
No changes.
Desert Wind,
No changes.
Tal'Dagor,
No changes.
Rivermore.
No changes.
Okay. It might take us a second to see if that resulted in any changes.
Magic Stabs is the
Magic Stabs is the only one that passes.
All right, item 11, Magic Stabs has been added to the list of passing rules changes. Okay, thanks everyone for their contribution to the rules changes votes. Next, we have Manama talking about this cycle's rules rep organizer clarifications.
Hi. We have a lot of clarifications over the last year about random things. Generally, last time we waited until 2023 to incorporate 2 years of changes. This time around, we're going to try to incorporate the changes into the playtest itself. These are generally speaking obviously all of them are supposed to be non-impactful. They're not actual changes. They're just clarifications. So it's just like example would be for wounding right now, like what happens when you're resistance to wounds. It doesn't say specifically, so that language is actually going to be cleared up so that in the rule book you know exactly what happens when you're resistance to wounds and you get hit by a poisoned weapon, that type of thing. So that document will be posted on the Circle of Monarchs page. You guys will have 30 days for comment period, like it says in the rule book. If everything with that seems like it's fine, then we'll just be incorporating those verbal wording changes into the playtest document, so it's right there right away. And if there's any problems, when people read it again, they're like, oh, that doesn't actually make sense anymore. We can still make those clarifications more clear during the playtest, since it's a easy time to change the rule book, since we'll be able to do it at the mid playtest point in February. So we're just doing a little differently this time. So look for that document. I'll be posting that today. And then hopefully that means then it will be incorporated with the playtest document. Everything's fine. If it's not though, that's fine. Just let us know what the problems were. You guys do have an ability to override clarifications, and then we can force the rules reps to workshop the wording on it.
All right, and with that, that essentially ends Manima's term as rules rep organizer. The AICOM would really like to thank you for the past several years of service. You have led thousands of hours of discussions amongst the rules reps over a very long course of time, and got a lot done, including refining the process that is currently in the rules of play, and for that we appreciate it. As before, the executive committee will be overseeing the Discord and next steps, and we will consult with rules reps as necessary for advisement in that. We will be taking applications. There'll be a post about this, and the Circle of Monarchs will elect Manima's replacement in Q4. Dale.
So at this point, I'd actually like to motion to nominate someone now, Xander Blackstone, Blackstone, to be the rules rep organizer.
Seconded.
Dragons, 5 seconds.
Give me 1 second. You may know this more than I do, Manima. We do not have a pro tem process enumerated, right?
We do.
It kind of.
In the rules of play, it's page 69, an
Yeah.
RRO, if a RRO is removed specifically, the AICOM may install a pro tem RRO with a simple majority vote.
Okay.
Does not specifically state that that also applies if they resign.
Well, we will take that to apply to resignations. It is a pro tem position. Does it say pro tem here? Let me double check. What section is that? Yes, well, your motion has been heard.
Okay. Hold on. We have Dusty coming back up.
Yeah.
Jason, I love you. Just remember that, okay?
Yeah, always.
So you cannot apply that in the context you're trying to, because it's written that way, because of how it's
Okay.
written. You cannot
Yeah, I'm
apply.
still looking for that.
Right. So because it applies to, it doesn't apply to resignation, you guys would literally have to vote to suspend rules to allow it to apply to resignation.
Right.
However, a motion still can come from the floor to nominate an officer, director, or otherwise into a position that is going to be vacated or is vacated with a resignation. If there's a second, that can be recognized, and if so chosen, it can be voted on.
So I was I don't know, can I say something real quick, Gavin?
Yeah.
So the reason why I'm stepping down is because I thought this would be an appropriate time period for me to step down. I mean, that's what reason why I notified the AIBOD in early June, so that like something like this could be on the agenda, but I was told, we maybe wait and we we're going to do the pro tem stuff later. But if there's a problem with this, I can just not step down until this is solved. And I do have the capacity and the willingness to work on this just as well as I've been doing. Like I said, the only reason why I'm stepping down is because, I was going to take a break from playing, but for the next 3 months, I think it still would be appropriate for me to at least make sure the playtest document gets out, make sure that everything gets set up correctly, and then also turn over to whoever you guys eventually elect as the new rules rep organizer, if that makes sense. And then I could just solve this issue right now by just not stepping down.
So
I've already told Dale that.
Point of order that was just brought up is that a motion has already been brought to the floor and seconded, and that has to be resolved before anything else takes place.
Okay,
Correct.
Understood.
Can someone give me the section of the rules just so I can have that here? So it's section 3, correct?
Yeah, another point of order before we move on. you know, our rule sets are permissive, and we do not have the ability to suspend our rules.
Right.
And we do not have the ability to appoint based on resignation. So.
Whoops. Let's see. Okay, so Craig has officially tendered his resignation. And we have decided to hold elections in October. Let me finish. And our parliamentarian advisor has indicated that as a committee, due to any vacant committee, that we can appoint, if I'm understanding you correctly, a person to fulfill the duties of that pro tem or of that spot in a pro tem manner, even if they are not officially taking over the position in a capacity. Is that what I understood you to be saying?
No, so what you're dealing with is the assembly that is gathered in here for the meeting, as Robert's Rules of Order, can make a motion to elect an officer.
Yep.
XCOM could appoint an interim after this meeting in the function and duality of what the XCOM serves, but in the meeting, if a motion and seconds there, that motion has to be resolved, and it is in order for officers, directors, and other positions. So that's what you got to do first, but it would be the COM electing an RO because the motion's been brought to the floor to do so, other than where it's at.
Okay, so that's where we stand. Craig has tendered a resignation, and the motion has been brought to the floor to replace, if I am correct, with Alexander Blackwood as an interim position to fill this seat. Do I understand the motion correctly?
It's Xander Blackstone. I will put it in the chat, or can someone put it
Xander
in the chat?
Blackstone, yeah, Xander Blackstone. And that was Burning Land.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Are we able to like amend this motion to add more people? Because there's many kingdoms who have people that would like to be named into this.
So we are having elections for a rules representative organizer to fill the positions at a later date, if I'm understanding correctly. And this is, instead of the executive committee had previously offered to fulfill these duties until the elections. Now we have a motion on the floor, which must occur.
Point of
that
order.
The person has been appointed, or a motion to appoint.
Point of order. Can we get a reference on the motion again, please? There's been a lot of back and forth.
Yeah, so the motion was made by Burning Lands. Can you restate your motion, Burning Lands?
The motion from Burning Lands is to elect Xander Blackstone to the rules rep organizer position. Interim.
And who seconded this motion?
This was seconded by Dragonspine.
Dragonspine.
All right, point of procedure now. Can we get a clarification on if we're going to allow appointments to happen during this meeting, contrary to our bylaws?
I think our dispute is with the rules of play at this moment, not the bylaws.
Then I will amend it to the rules of play instead of the bylaws. Thank you.
Of resignation and how to replace.
The rules of
Under
play.
resignation.
The rules of play currently do not handle how to handle resignations, as opposed to. Sorry, Dusty, can you repeat that?
Sure. So the rules of play, how it's stated, it doesn't actually address resignation. Because of that, the bylaws has an area, or the rules of play acts functionally as a bylaws for this motion, to where they can still move to have somebody elected as the RO or interim RO in this position due to resignation.
Correct. Then it would fall back on AI bylaws.
And bylaws, we would have to look and see what that says, because I don't know it off the top of my head. So are you making a point of order? Sure.
A point of order was just made. According to the rules of play, on even years, the Circle of Monarchs is to appoint or to elect we're to appoint the RRO at this meeting.
I will say that actually was supposed to be changed last year. It was missed during our rewrite of the rule book. I was voted in last year and it's supposed to say odd years, not even. It's actually a typo.
That is a very unfortunate typo that the rule book editor made.
Yeah, so it was something that I missed and all of, and our rule book editor missed and everybody who reread it, we missed that part.
But we do have the COM record indicating that that's what it's supposed to be changed to. So that record does exist in the legislation passed by the COM last annual meeting in the proposal. Okay, so it seems there's a tiny bit of an impasse. So we have right now, our parliamentarian advisor is saying that we may still move forward with this motion to appoint in a subsequent vote.
Unless there is a majority of dissent currently against it.
Which we're about to find out anyway.
Right, but in the vote, you're gonna find anyways. It's a really weird piece of Robert's Rules of Order.
Okay.
But it should be odd years and we can confirm that. What are we doing right?
So we'll take just a 2-minute recess while I consult the AICOM bylaws, because we are directed in our bylaws to resort to the Amtgard International bylaws. And I do believe there is a section in there about vacancy appointment.
The point of question here in the room has been, would the chair recognize and entertain a recess to make sure this is correct under the bylaws and the rules of play of which we are sitting under?
Yes, we will recognize a 10-minute recess.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, if you're still not present, let's start to filter back in. There are 2 relevant sections of the Amtgard International bylaws. That is section 3.3 and section 3.4. I'll paste 3.3 here in the chat, and now section 4.5 rather.
Jason, I want to go ahead and just make this official. I'm casting an objection to consideration of the question. I believe that this needs to be removed. It does need it in order to do that. I do not need a second. This is not debatable. And it's basically it requires 2/3 of a vote to go against that to carry forth my objection.
An objection to the motion.
Yeah, it's called objection to consideration of the question. So I'm objecting to the fact that we're trying to elect an RRO representative currently without allowing the kingdoms to chime in on this.
I made the same complaint in the chat as well, for the record.
As the parliamentarian, you're correct. You can make that motion and appeal to the chair. He can make that appeal. And then the question would have to be is if the actual ability of that motion could be carried through or not. If the finding is that it can be carried through and there's nothing in bylaws or Robert's rules that says it can't, then it would have to come back to the floor. Or Jason can move on. I'm saying this to everybody, and Jason, this should be a private conversation for me and you, but I'm going to say it now. The chair of the meeting could rule that that motion is found unfavorable and move on. But if it is found that it could come forward, they could make a complaint. And if it's done 3 times, then they could vote to remove the chair.
Sure. All right, guys, let me summarize the situation here. Burning Lands has offered to amend their motion. They amend their motion to filling the vacancy right now with any voting between any and all candidates presented by any kingdoms presented in this meeting. Am I to understand that is the correct modification of your motion, Burning Lands?
That is correct.
Right, but Jason, you have to rule on my objection.
Yes, I just wanted you to understand that their motion has been modified.
I've read it and understand my objection still stands.
All right, so the wetlands has objected to this motion on the
Texas, the
grounds.
Desert Winds.
I'm sorry.
Desert Winds also objects.
And if I'm to, can you restate your objection? It is for more time or are you just saying?
No, my objection completed to the question is that allowing individuals to be appointed with no notice on behalf of our kingdoms. Right. So the way this rule reads in Robert's Rules of Order is, if I believe that a motion should not be discussed, I can object to consideration. It does not need a second. It is not debatable. It requires a 2/3 vote against the motion to stop it immediately.
Okay. All right.
The chat, the second has been rescinded.
Chewy's objection.
Yes, and the second has also been removed by Ryan Graves. Guys.
Point of order is parliamentarian. There does not need to be a second. Chewy, to correct one of the pieces that you're saying about the Robert's Rules of Order, it is not an issue that you don't believe it needs to be discussed, but it's an issue that you believe and can show that it's completely out of order for the discussion, which is viable. You're still okay. I just wanted to make that clarification. And so at that point, there needs not be any discussion, and it immediately moves to a vote of a 2/3 vote. Long story short, to simplify this,
correct.
It kills the motion if the 2/3 votes passes in favor of what Chewy has motioned forward with.
Perfect. All right, so first off, everybody just take a deep breath. Great. I think what everybody wants is for this rules process to go on as smoothly as possible. As we said earlier, the AICOM has volunteered to fill these duties until elections for appointee in Q4. Right now, we will address with a 2/3 vote the wetlands objection that this motion not be considered either in its original or amended forms. Can you bring up the roll call, James? And so if you answer yes, it means that you do wish to consider the motion by the Burning Lands. If you answer no, it means that you wish us to consider this matter closed and to defer to the executive committee's plan, which is that they will hold elections in Q4.
One moment.
What did you say?
Yes is.
Time out. Time out. Time out.
So please reverse those.
Time out. So Jason, in order, like I said, this is a very specific thing in Robert's Rules of Order. It's a weird, tricky thing, but it's not for the motion to proceed.
Right.
It literally has to be a vote that there's affirmation of what Chewy has brought up, that this should be out of order, which is essentially overruling you as chair, that you find this motion in favor, that it should be brought to the floor. If that happens, then yes, the motion it disappears. It's as if it didn't exist. Does that make sense?
Correct. So if they confirm the wetlands objection, the motion disappears.
Correct. If they affirm the wetlands objection, the motion does not exist.
Okay. Perfect.
Proceed with the nomination.
Okay, we are answering an objection by the wetlands on the validity of the motion by the Burning Lands. On this matter, if you vote yes, you are in agreement or confirmation of the wetlands objection, and essentially this motion will cease to exist. Burning Lands, how do you vote?
No.
Blackspire,
Yes.
Crystal Groves,
Yes.
Celestial Kingdom, Dragonspine, Desert Winds,
Yes.
Emerald Hills, Golden Plains,
That will be counted as a no.
Golden Vale,
Yes.
Iron Mountains,
Yes.
Northern Lights,
Yes.
North Reach,
Oh.
Neverwinter,
Yes.
Polaris, Rivermore, Rising Winds. Did we get your vote, Rivermore? Are you in person there? I'm sorry, say again?
Yeah, Rivermore votes yes.
Okay. Rising Winds,
Yes.
Tal DeGore,
Yes.
Viridian Outlands,
Yes.
Winter's Edge,
Winter's Edge votes yes.
Wetlands,
Yes.
West March,
Yes.
Nine Blades,
Nine Blades votes yes.
Certain Roads votes yes.
and 13 Roads, yes. All right. All right. Okay, by 2/3 majority assent, the Circle of Monarchs Committee has disregarded the motion by the Burning Lands to consider fulfilling the appointment at this present time. The earlier declaration by the Executive Committee will stand, that the Executive Committee, along with any advisors they so choose, will ensure that the process remains active according to the rules of play and the applicable bylaws. And the Circle of Monarchs will be taking applications for the position that will appear on the Q4 meeting in order to appoint a pro tempore person until the next election cycle.
And to confirm, the election cycle is 2025, correct?
Correct,
Not 2026.
Yes. And we will repull the original vote record and forward this to the rule book editor to make that change. The rules are the de facto resource, unless, of course, in a case like this where the where it can be pointed to that it was a misstep in their editing process. All right, next item on the business. Let's see where we are.
There's a motion in the chat.
Motion, please make your motion verbally. We're ready to entertain it.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, with a massive echo. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so I am motioning that we review the bulk rules package and vote line by line. We understand that this would require suspending the rules of play. If that does not pass, we motion that this line by line review be addressed at the Q4 meeting.
To my knowledge, the rules, any changes to the rules of play, this is my interpretation of it, must follow the process outline. But what you're trying to say is you're not saying you want to change the rules of play, you want to suspend the rules of play.
Until we
I see.
Too close to a computer.
I'm here now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
What we would like to suspend it so that we can vote on this package and then put it back. Whether that be at this meeting or at the Q4 meeting, there's lots of stuff we like in there. We just don't want to have the things we really don't want. We want to vote on it. We want to get it done. And it looks like the rules revision stuff is going to have some struggle. We want to further that before it's even further delayed.
As you consider this, I do want you to realize that if you do it today, you're here till 1 o'clock in the morning. If you do it at Q4, it's easy peasy. Just remember.
I'll see you at 2 o'clock and drink. That's fine.
Right.
I have a question about that procedure there. The decision that the agenda had to be set a month in advance and therefore could not be changed was a procedural one by the XCOM and therefore could be overruled by the COM, correct?
In theory, yes. So that is a portion of our bylaws. The bylaws require that the agenda be set, and furthermore, the rules of play say that you cannot change rules proposals in there at all during the meeting.
So would it be a viable motion to say that the interpretation that change depackaging is itself a rules change?
That is how the.
Are we able to override that as well?
Point of order, Jason, point of order. This is not germane to the question of the motion.
Right, so the XCOM previously ruled that the packaging was part of the rules change. So as Emerald Hills indicated, they would have to seek to suspend the rules of play in order to change the rules of play, thereby still being in accordance with the COM bylaws to be able to change the nature of the proposals, which includes the packaging here in person right now at the meeting.
My question is that necessary? Or can we just revert the decision of the XCOM that packaging is itself a rules decision?
Well, right now that is the XCOM's determination. So is it the rules of play are going to have to be suspended either way, if that's even possible per se. I mean, I suppose kind of is. Wetlands, any further comment?
Point of clarification. The rules of play, we don't have a process in place to suspend that.
Yeah. I mean, it
gives us permission.
We can, by 75% majority, delete the rule book and then reinstate it.
But that becomes in conflict with the rules of play that say that you cannot change rules proposals during the course of the annual meeting.
It would be changing the rules proposals, it would be changing the rules themselves, which is itself a 75% majority vote.
And then you have
Point of clarification. If we suspend the rule book, that could potentially lead us into liability issues legally. We need to be very careful how we do this.
Point of order, the wording needs to be very specific to this specific section of the rules of play. You're not suspending the entire RO rules of play. It's just a particular section, and it needs to be very well defined for that motion.
At this point, I'm going to object to, we're going to do it again, object to consideration of the question. I don't believe the question was reached out and felt out enough for us to put this motion. It puts us in way too much of a liability issue.
Okay, so the Emerald Hills has directed a motion that the rules of play be suspended to allow us to modify proposals. They subsequently clarified that they are speaking of suspending only the rules revision section. And that is what they wish to motion. and the second was given by Gorovan. Currently, the executive committee has determined that in the agenda, that the packaging of the rules, so by our determination, this would also require this revision that he speaks of. Now, the wetlands has objected to this, if I'm understanding correctly. Can you restate your grounds for me, please?
Yes, sir. I believe that I want to object to consideration, remove the motion due to potential liability issues that we are not recognizing.
No, Empress Mara, you're not the only one confused by this. So I will clarify one more time quickly. Currently, the rules of play does not allow the Circle of Monarchs to change rules proposals once they go on the agenda. Once they go on the agenda, that's it. That's what you got to vote on. Packaging is not discussed in the rules of play. The executive committee has determined that the packaging, as determined by the rules representative organizer, since they are the ones that deliver the proposals, is part of the proposal.
Jason, point of order. We need to handle this objection and this piece first before we go further. And I know what you're trying to explain the situation, but it still needs to be handled correctly.
Right. And so now the wetlands has objected. So once again, James, can you open up an objection to the motion where the motion is that we suspend the rules of play in order to unpackage the rules changes and consider them individually? And I think it's not technically a motion, it's an objection.
It's correct. It's an objection to the motion. Now you are allowed to handle that, however you want to. This motion shouldn't go through.
Chewy, your objection is based on the liability that suspending the rules revision process could potentially invoke, and we have not had time to have a legal counsel review that.
Correct, and it could handle potentially issues with our IP as well.
And okay, I have another point, but I'll wait until the objection is resolved.
Okay, the wetlands has objected to the motion by the Emerald Hills that the AICOM suspend the rules of play, rules revision section in order to alter the packaging of the rules proposals for this meeting. In the matter of the objection, if you support the objection, the motion by the Emerald Hills will be discarded. On the matter of the objection, how do you vote, Burning Lands?
Yes.
Blackspire,
Yes.
Crystal Groves,
No.
Celestial Kingdom, Dragonspine,
Yes.
Desert Winds, I believe you're a virtual Desert Winds. Or no? No, you're in person. Okay, did you get that, James?
Desert Winds remote.
We will skip Desert Winds and come back to them at the end. Emerald Hills,
Oh, sorry about that. I vote yes.
Emerald Hills,
No.
Golden Plains,
Yes.
Golden Vale,
Goldenville says yes, object to the motion.
Iron Mountain.
I'm sorry, can you clarify for me one more time? We are voting to support the objection from wetlands, is that correct?
Correct. Which
Okay,
will result in discarding the motion.
Iron Mountains votes yes.
Northern Lights,
Yes.
Northreach, Neverwinter,
Yes.
Polaris, Rivermore,
Yes.
Rising Winds,
No.
Caldegore,
Yes.
Viridian Outlands,
No.
Winter's Edge,
Winter's Edge votes yes.
Douglas Chambers, I'm sorry, Wetlands,
Yes.
West March,
No.
Nine Blades,
Yes.
and 13 Roads.
No.
All right, so the wetlands objection has not been recognized by the committee.
Jason, Dusty would like to have the floor for a moment.
Certainly. Dusty Marshall is the XCOM's parliamentary advisor. If you're wondering why he speaks to us, he has been many years of career experience with Robert's Rules of Orders. Yes, Dusty.
I just wanted to make sure we had clarification because I know there's a lot of questions here in person about what a consideration, objection to the consideration of the question actually is. So I went ahead and grabbed Robert's Rules of Order. I'm going to read it verbatim of what it says so everybody understands what is specifically there. Chewy, you've represented well, you're okay, but I just want to make sure we understand that. So it states here on page 70 of Robert's Rules of Order under section 25, paragraph 4. If an original main motion has been made and a member believes that it would do harm for the motion even to be discussed in the meeting, he can raise an objection to the consideration of the question, provided he does so before debate has begun and any subsidiary motion other than the motion to lay on the table has been started or has been stated. The assembly then votes on whether the main motion shall be considered. And if there is a 2/3 vote against consideration, the motion is dropped. I hope that brings some clarity.
Yes, it does. And so we did not, by one vote, we did not meet that threshold. So now we have the motion amended correctly, state me if I'm not understanding your motion, by the Emerald Hills to suspend the section of the Amtgard Rules of Play, page 69, I believe, referring to the rules revision process in order to allow the Circle of Monarchs Committee to disassemble the package and vote on every single line item contained in the package. Am I correct in your assertion? And you had previously stated that you didn't care if it was at this meeting or at the next one. Did you want to, is that in your motion? Do you want to specify now, today, or the next meeting?
Would you like to do that now or specify to adjust it to the next meeting?
Well, you're already clarifying, so and your previous one was typed, not verbal, so I would like you to deliver your motion in full as clarified.
Can you give us a second? We're talking to the parliamentarian.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hey, Jason.
Yeah.
We have a request. Yeah, so we have a request here currently. If we could have about a 3-minute recess, because they're looking at the motion and there's some concern that the way the XCOM is interpreted, how the package comes in is not correct.
Sure.
And the other is that it is correct under the rules of play and it is involved in the rules of play. So they're wondering if we can have about 3 minutes to discuss that, to hammer that out.
Yes, 5-minute recess is granted.
Hey, everybody that's listening, we love you. Be patient. We'll get through this. Everyone that is here at recess, I'm unmuting over here so you can hear as well. I think the discussion is pertinent to the entire COM. So the discussion that is at hand, I'm speaking as loud as I can so everybody in the room can hear too. The discussion that is at hand is, does having the rules package put as a package part of the rules revision process covered under the rules of play? The question has become, is that what the AICOM has decided, that it is considered part of the rules of play voting process under the rules of play because it's packaged? Or is it that the packaging itself is not covered in that, so a request can be made to actually unpackage it and vote for it line by line? If that's the case, we have somebody in the room that would like to address that, possibly in a motion and counter to the other motion, but the end result would still be the same, to vote on each item line by line. I know this is not the best way to communicate for all of us to get there, but that's what we have recess, so.
We hear you clearly.
Does that make sense to everybody online?
It's 2 different pathways for the same outcome.
Correct. I've already addressed, Jason, that part I've already addressed completely, but.
So EH is changing it to do it at Q4, but otherwise exactly what they said before.
I have no idea. That part I missed.
So there's one other thing, which is because the rules clarifications do have to happen at the annual meeting. If we say that we're overriding the AICOM's interpretation and pushing to Q4, then the Q4 stuff is not valid because it's not happening at the annual meeting, which does override the rules. You're already suspending the rules. No, I'm saying we don't need to suspend the rules. I'm saying if we decide that right now the AICOM's interpretation is incorrect, that it is not part of the rules of play to break up a package.
West March, right?
Yes.
That's West March that most of you were hearing, just clarification.
So the clarification I am looking for here is, there is nothing in the rules of play that says that the package is the rules proposal. The rules of are the individual proposals. The voting procedure is not part of the rules of play. It's part of how we do it, which is. In my opinion, that argument is a complete horseshit. How so? Yeah, there is no line.
Go for it.
Are we back from recess?
Proposal.
Yeah, it looks like in about 8 seconds here that 5 minutes is up. So yeah.
Not send 12 proposals. They sent one proposal, which was to change these 12 things. There have been multiple other items that were already listed as proposals that were later changed by the AICOM. Item 1 on this was written differently and was later modified by AICOM.
We did not modify. We don't even have permission to modify that document.
What did you say was changed? And that proposal was originally the clarification later by the AICOM after the 30-day notice, because Manama also submitted that he wanted to submit it as packages, and that was what was overridden. And then the AICOM then said we cannot do it because it's within the 30 days. That's the ruling that I think we can challenge right now, which is the AICOM's interpretation that the package cannot be broken up at a later date. That is a better one. That's what I'm trying to say is that because it did come in of like people said we wanted to break it up.
If you were listening, this is a discussion between West March and the AICOM secretary.
Yes, well, the rules of play state that the rules representative organizer must deliver them 30 days in advance. And the COM bylaws say the agenda must be set and delivered 30 days in advance.
Hey, Jason, can you repeat that one more time?
Yes, the rules of play direct the rules representative organizer to deliver the proposals 30 days in advance. And the COM bylaws require us to submit and set the agenda 30 days in advance for the annual meeting, in-person procedures.
Gavin, just to be clear,
Yep.
there is no 30-day list for the rules change proposals in the rule book.
There's a 1 month period.
Rules change proposals must be finalized list presented to the executive committee to be considered for a vote at the annual meeting.
So All right, guys, it's Smiley. Here's my recommendation. It's recess, so I figured I can just say this. My recommendation is to move forward with the motion of vote that's here because the objection has already also been voted on. See where that lands and move forward from there. I believe the end result that is being looked for is going to be the same on either side of this.
Yeah.
And so I think the chair could vote, could look at this as still a favorable motion to move forward with and allow us to still handle the same issues on either end. If that makes any sense, Jason.
Yeah, sure.
Are we able to take a vote provision, like with the provision of this is how we vote if we're allowed to vote this way, and then hash out the logistics?
Can you detail that out a little more for me?
Sure. So Herod has compiled a ballot that the COM reps are able to fill out and go line by line and vote. Could we take a break for us to fill out that ballot with the understanding that we may come back from that break with the answer of that ballot's not happening? Thank you for your time.
No, I don't think we need to do that. We can resolve this motion here just in one more second. So Amanda, can you go into me?
But I don't think you should.
No, it does say 1 month in the first top part, but it doesn't say it later on. No, so it does say 1 month, but
Yeah.
can I clarify?
Can you give me that section number real fast?
Yeah, section number 3,
Section 3, which subheading?
just the first one, section 3, before A. Oh, sorry, 3A, sorry, 3A. During even years, at least 1 month prior to any meeting, the RO complete a finalized list of rules change proposals and
Okay.
submit them to executive committee.
So please understand our interpretation. Section 3A. At least 1 month prior to the annual meeting, the RRO will compile the finalized, not a list, the finalized list of the rules change proposals and submit them to the executive committee.
But it doesn't say how the votes are divided up.
It does not. It just says you deliver us a finalized list of proposals. And your list contained packaging, which is why it was our interpretation that that was the finalized list of proposals, packaging included. Just want you guys to understand that we interpreted directly finalized to mean finalized. And that was kind of the extent of it. And our AICOM bylaws are clear. I can read it to you if you want. But they say the agenda must be set and delivered in-person proceedings. That's under agendas. In-person procedures. Hold on. In-person procedures. Agendas. The XCOM will share agendas 28 days prior to the in-person meeting. So that's what we did. Just so everybody understands, we did the best of our ability to follow that to the letter of the law. So now our representation of the finalized list being interpreted as the package being part of that finalization is what is being challenged in this motion, to my understanding. Wetlands.
Yeah. So, since the consideration of objection failed, I would like to motion to lay it on the table to have this brought up at another time.
So, are we out? Jason, have you declared us back in session, or did you
Yes,
still?
we're back in session.
All right, let me get this.
Back in session.
Let me get the room here in order, please.
Okay, great.
Gotten kind of loud here.
Yeah, and I'll repeat what I had said there.
Okay, I yelled at everybody. You're welcome. We're good to go in person.
Perfect. So in case you in-person people didn't hear it, the rules of play, section 3A state that the RRO will compile the finalized list of rules change proposals and submit them to the executive committee at least 1 month prior to the annual meeting. So that was done. And we interpreted the word finalized to mean finalized. And that the proposals as packaged constituted the finalized list delivered at least 1 month prior to the executive committee. Conversely, the AICOM bylaws say that the agenda must be released to kingdoms 28 days prior to the meeting. So we did those things and interpreted finalized to be finalized. That is the executive committee's position and why we decided that the packaging was part of the proposal. Now, would the in-person people like to restate these motions that have been brought? Because they've gotten a little bit lost in the past 15 minutes. Dale.
Yes.
I want to clarify the two motions that came in before the wetlands.
Can you repeat that?
So the wetlands just made a proposal for tabling, but I need to clarify the motions that were made in the first place before then.
Okay,
So we have the Emerald Hills original motion.
Yeah. Say your words and I'll repeat it. So come up here, everybody can hear you, please.
so this is gonna be a telephone game of the emotion.
The motion would be.
The motion would be
override
to
the
override
XCOM's
the XCOM's
We
decision.
don't need the telephone. We can hear him just fine.
Yeah, can we not do that?
Just say it.
So the motion would be to override the XCOM's interpretation that the packaging is the rules proposal as compared to the individual line items are the rules proposal.
Oh.
Thereby saying we are not able to vote on the package at all. And so no suspension of the rules of play necessary.
Correct.
Correct.
Was that motion in its revised form seconded?
Seconded by Westmarch.
And subsequently to hearing that, the wetlands made a motion to table.
Right, point of clarification, can we get that in writing, because I didn't understand half of that. I apologize, it could be my speaker.
The representative from West March will be typing it into the chat for ease of reading.
And a point of clarification, is this a change from the original motion? Have we amended it, is what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And instead of atomic, I suppose it should say single. Although this issue is starting to feel atomic at the moment. Wetlands Monarch.
Shot in motion.
Okay. Wetlands Monarch, your hand's been up for a while.
I was going to bring up with once this motion is resolved.
Okay, well, bring it up at that time then.
Yeah, I'll hold out.
Yeah.
And I hate to do it, Gavin, but could we have a probably 2 to 3 minute recess so I can speak to council?
Yeah, certainly. And that'll
Yeah, I think this is more of a legal issue than we were realizing, so I'd like to do that.
So this is also going to mean that there might be we might have to do another ballot. We also need to see about the feasibility of getting that together right now.
Heron has already compiled the ballot for our
Awesome.
use.
Thank you so much. Rock stars. Okay. How we doing on the in-person people? Are we ready to, or no, it's wetlands was consulting with legal.
No, in this one particular, Gavin, it's the president of AI trying to get a hold of our legal group. So I apologize, I have not been able to yet.
Yeah, well, I mean, he stated he did have a conflict this evening, I believe. Okay, Gail, is everybody back in person, back at the tables? Okay, James, can you replace the motion up top again? Or the vote record, rather. Okay, so as previously stated, the XCOM interpreted the finalized list to be finalized to include packaging. The motion is to dispute that reference to packaging as part of the proposal, which would mean that all the proposals are individual and essentially consider the entire concept of packaging invalid. So what you're saying here effectively with this vote is that packaging is not a thing, and the XCOM was incorrect in their interpretation of the package, and that a package doesn't count as a change because it doesn't exist. Basically, so you do not. This does not require you to suspend the rules of play. You're essentially telling the XCOM that their interpretation of the rules of play was wrong. So if you agree that our interpretation was wrong, and you want to vote on every line item, you will vote yes.
There's a point of order in person.
Yep.
Are we voting on whether or not the XCOM misinterpreted the word package when it was presented as the word package?
No, that rules could be packaged at all. Right, so the rules representative's job is to present proposals. And what they're saying is that every proposal in there is what you guys are supposed to be voting on, not a package. That the package is an artifice that shouldn't exist, basically. So that the proposals actually presented are the individual items, and that's what you guys should be voting on. Which would mean we would go through and vote on every proposal in the main package.
Jason, point of order, and I hate kicking this dead horse, but that was not what the original was. If we're amending that, the other word, it's not an amendment if it's a completely different case. If we're changing the scope of this, then it probably needs to be withdrawn, resubmitted, and seconded.
Right. Did you, okay, comment from Blackspire?
So by voting yes here today, we would be going through the 64 items in the package. And if voted no, we would not be.
Correct.
Okay.
Comment from Crystal Groves.
Just a clarification. So if we vote yes to this, it immediately throws us into all 64 votes. There's no pushing it to Q4. It has to be today.
Well, someone could subsequently motion to do that, which would require looking at the rules of play again, and whether that's allowed or not. Okay, and the wetlands has raised the motion that this amended motion should be resubmitted and reseconded because it differs substantially from the original motion. The original motion did contain provisions of suspending the rules of play, which the chair does rule as a significant difference to require resupposal. Emerald Hills, do you wish to withdraw?
Jason, point of order.
Yes.
Yep, Emerald Hills is withdrawing the motion.
Okay. Emerald Hills, do you wish to re-motion with this new motion as typed here?
Hold on, can you please repeat that? Everyone is kind of going off right now.
Yeah, so you withdrew your original motion because the amendment, don't delete it, James. Can you undo that? The contention was is that the revised language differed significantly from your original motion.
Correct. So therefore, the amendment and the motion, all of it, because the motion has been removed by the one who presented the motion, none of it any longer exists on the floor. There is
Correct.
no motion or amendment because it has been removed by the creator.
Correct. Now, my question to him then was, is there a new motion?
There is a new motion from Golden Plains.
Golden Plains would like to move that we move on from any discussion or votes on this rules package. Second.
The Golden Plains has now motioned, and just to confirm, Dusty, because I did not hear the Emerald Hills directly state their withdrawal, can you please state that so I can hear you, Emerald Hills, that you withdraw the motion and its amendment?
To clarify, the motion from Golden Plains is to cease discussion at
No,
this time.
I want Emerald Hills so that I can hear his voice say that he withdrawed his motion and amendment.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfectly.
I withdraw my motion.
And the subsequent amendment language.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay. Now, Golden Plains has motioned to cease rules discussions, and that would move us on to item number 6. Or item number 5, I'm sorry. So, is there a second for the Golden Plains? I know there was, I didn't hear it. Who is the second for Golden Plains?
That's seconded.
By
Burning Lands.
Burning Lands. Okay, so vote number 7 is a motion by the Golden Plains to cease discussion on item number 3 and continue with the agenda. I'm sorry, item number 2 even, and resume the agenda at item number 5. As items 3 and 4 were previously discussed. All right, in support of the motion to cease discussion, Burning Lands, how do you vote?
Yes.
Blackspire.
Sorry, so once again, voting yes would suspend any further discussion.
Ceases discussion completely and continues with item 5 on the budget.
Then yes, please.
Celestial Kingdom.
Sorry. Yes.
Dragon Spine.
Crystal Groves is also a yes.
Oh, if I skipped you, I'm sorry. Didn't let me put my glasses on. Dragon Spine.
Yes.
Emerald Hills.
Yes.
Desert Wind.
Desert Winds. Yes.
Golden Plains. Golden Vale.
Yes.
Iron Mountains.
Yes, with feeling.
Northern Lights.
Yes.
Northreach.
Yes.
Neverwinter.
Yes.
Polaris.
Yes.
Rivermore.
Yes.
Rising Winds.
Yes.
Tal'Dagor. Viridian Outlands.
Yes.
I didn't hear Tal'Dagor. Did we get you? So, Winter's Edge. I see the mouse is still over Tal'Dagor. Did we not get your assent?
Winter's Edge votes yes.
Okay. And I got Viridian Outlands, Winter's Edge, Wetlands,
Yes.
West March.
No.
9 Blades,
Yes.
13 Roads,
Yes.
All right, the motion carries. That moves us on to item number 5 in the agenda, presentation of the 2025 Amtgard International Operating Budget. We'll bring that up on the screen here for you shortly. Do you want me to share that, James, or can you share it? I can go ahead and share. Okay, so this is the annual operating budget of Amtgard International. Can everybody see my screen just fine? So.
Yes, we can see the screen showing.
Perfect. All right, so are there some questions were asked successfully in the group chat on Facebook, which is great. It's always good to ask these kinds of things in advance. We do have a few board members present. If anyone needs any clarification on what these budget items are, you do have a couple of minutes to ask us about that. There have been several requests for itemized expenditures. So that exists in our minutes. You can get all those off the page, but we are working on it in all one place. We don't think it's great for you guys to have to navigate to the AI Facebook page and wade through a lot of minutes to see every single dime that's been spent. So we are the only reason it was not available is because our treasurer is also the autocrat of this event, which delayed her in getting out the thing right before the meeting because she's pretty much been consumed with autocrating GOTK for you guys. But that complete compiled list of expenditures for the past couple of years is coming your way. But if you absolutely can't wait, you can start scrolling through the meeting minutes, which do contain every month an update of everything, every in and out transaction, as well as the current bank account balance of Amtgard International. And that is available on the minutes, which are posted to the Amtgard International Facebook page. The proposed budget for 2025, which is the final year of the licensing period, is what you see here. And remember, these are budgets. These are not a reflection of what actually gets spent, etc. We have always been under budget, at least since I've been around, significantly under budget. And if you're wondering what happens to the extra money, well, you look at the bank account balance and that's where it goes to build the cash reserves of the organization. Many of you know that the organization's cash reserves were depleted to less than zero during the trademark battle. So now the organization is in a process of rebuilding their cash reserves, which for nonprofits should range anywhere from 3 years to 2 months, or from 3 months to up to 2 years of operational expenses. So that's kind of what we're doing. Any questions about this budget as is? Gorvan.
Last week, the Rising Winds had requested the actual expenditures for the past few years. I don't see an update since then. Was that ever posted?
That's what I was just speaking of prior to this. I don't know if you heard me.
Just that we have to compile it ourselves, not that it was.
No, that is coming, but the treasurer is the autocrat of GOTK.
Got it.
So that's what's delayed her in getting it out. When she's done with the event on Sunday, can go home and lay in bed for all of Monday and Tuesday. Then she'll have that compiled and ready for you guys here very short. Yeah, but the fact that the AIBOD treasurer is also the GOTK autocrat slowed down the fulfilling of that.
Yeah, but to Jason's point, in our board minutes, every expenditure that we have is listed. Whether we have something coming out for Labyrinth or or domain fees, DocuSign, PayPal, all that stuff, that comes through, and we do provide a financial report every single month.
And as a point of information, according to the licensing agreement, this is the year in which the executive committee will be forming a new licensing committee to renegotiate the licensing fee. So 2025, the $500 per kingdom that is due in 2025 is the final year of the agreement. The agreement is re-ratified every 3 years. So over the next few quarterly meetings, you will be seeing both the board of directors and the Circle of Monarchs will be having back and forth communication mediated on the renegotiation of the licensing agreement, which is written into the procedures of the agreement itself. Wetlands.
I just wanted to kind of, we'd had some questions on the comp page and a few others from, why certain expenditures come up. I just kind of want to head that off. Our orc hosting fees have increased due to us getting off of Jason had posted this a while back, but one of our major there's two major expenditure rises: hardware compliance and our Amazon web hosting services. Originally, web hosting services were something that we had done off of somebody's server that they had actually had donated to us. They had been doing work and maintenance on it in Alaska. Super grateful for that individual for helping us host this and doing what we needed to do. That's not something that we can keep considering, because what happens if there's a snowstorm or something bad happens? Knock on wood, that would never occur. But we as an organization had to add additional expenses in order to increase our connectivity to the world. We've had some issues with work and some other stuff. This is all things that we're in a process of adjusting, and it's something that we do know that's going on, and we're addressing. Hardware compliance was the other thing that actually increased in drastic expenditures, and the major reasons why is because normally when you go into companies that do things like this, they'll give you an introductory offer. And at this time, and we were enjoying that introductory offer for a while, but costs, everything's got more expensive, inflation and things of that nature. Hence why those costs have increased as well. But we do take everything into consideration, and there has been conversations with folks about finding different things and different ways of doing it. So please ask questions if you don't have, if you don't understand what we're doing and why the board has put together this budget. We would love to talk.
And you don't have to do it today. You can always send a message to AIBOD@amtgard.com, and our communications director will review it. And if your question is great, we'll probably make a post about your question so that everyone can know the answer. But you can communicate with the board through the communications office at any time by emailing AIBOD@amtgard.com, or by submitting a question through the Facebook Messenger to the Amtgard International Facebook page.
On behalf of the board, Jason, I would like to say, please email. The Facebook chat is not monitored like it should be, because the board itself as an organization would rather have folks email us.
Please email. All right, any further questions on the budget? So the AICOM will be appointing the licensing fee committee at Q4. We'll let you know who those guys are, and they will start their work to have a new licensing agreement in place for next year's meeting.
Jason, there was a question from Milk of the Rising Winds.
Yep.
Are the resources budgets changing given the changes in the org 4? Not at this time, and that's actually a conversation that we're having with Megiddo as far as developing it. We'd had something in play for the org 4. We had paid an individual to run space on their server. It was not a whole lot of money. It was like $130 or something like that. But with that being said, something happened. That individual could no longer assist us in building the org 4. Megiddo has stepped up and is attempting to build it itself. And we, as an organization, are going to have to figure this out in our budget because these are unusual expenses. So the good thing is if you look at our budget item, we do budget for unanticipated expenses, and we do have some roller that we can use. So org 4 is going to be probably in next year's budget for sure, but it is something we're addressing. Thank you.
All right, any final question? Good. Moving on to item 6, selection of AIBOD at-large members. There are 3 candidates for this position. The past few years, we have done ranked choice voting. Since there's only 3 people, we're going to just do this by roll call. I'm going to ask you what your first, second, and third choices are. The secretary is going to type in I think you're typing points level, correct, James? So essentially, your first choice is going to receive the maximum points. So he's going to type on 3, 2, 1. So as you call off your first choice will receive 3 points. Your second choice will receive 2 points, and your third choice will receive 1 point. You may indicate no confidence for any or all of the spots. So you can say no confidence, no confidence, no confidence, and award no points to anyone. Or you can award points to 2 people and no points to a third person. So please give your list just by reading them in order. Go slow so that James has time to type, and say in order your first choice, second choice, and third choice. If any of those are no confidence, so if I wanted to vote for only Sonia, I would say Sonia Duran, no confidence, no confidence. If that was the only person I wanted to award points for. Make sense for everyone?
There's been a request in the chat for both mundane and Amtgard names.
Mundane. Oh yeah, let's type that in there so that they know who these people are. All right, so Sonia Duran is, of course, right there in front of you, for a lot of you there, and your Amtgard name is.
Sylvie, my check.
You're good.
And Ryan Jackson is Alexander Blackwood.
Yeah, okay. I thought you had it.
And this is for your reference to make sure that you have a good visual in your mind. But when you're calling them out, please call them by their legal name. As for the board of directors, that is what they will serve as, and just to keep it consistent for us.
Do we know Shannon Cartwright's persona name?
Yeah, it's Chewy. It's a hard name, right? It's like a.
It's Hen. She
Yeah.
goes by Hen.
Yeah.
But
goes with him.
I'm trying to. She's from the Desert Winds.
Doesn't it sound like
and
a metal band? Am I right? Or am I thinking?
Right. Is she currently the Monarch of Desert Winds?
She is
Or what?
not. She is serving on our board of directors, and she has done a lot of work kingdom wide and inner kingdom. So she comes very highly recommended for me. So
Point of order, not the question.
not the question, but her name is Hen.
Right.
I think
Here's what we have.
she's got, it's a longer name because I believe she's
That's
she might
good
be a
enough.
squire, but yeah. Anyways, Hen.
Question has been called.
I'm sorry, say again.
The question has been called.
Yes, we are proceeding with the vote. Is that the question, or is there another question?
That was it.
Perfect. All right, Burning Lands.
First is Shannon Cartwright, Hen. Second is Sonia Duran, Sylvie Muptek. Third is no confidence.
All right, Blackspire.
First is Shannon Cartwright, followed by Sonia Duran and Ryan Jackson.
Crystal Groves.
First is Shannon. Second is Ryan. Third is Sonia.
Celestial Kingdom.
First is Sonia, second is Ryan Jackson, third is Shannon.
Dragonspine.
First is Durant, second is Cartwright, third is McCoffin.
Desert Winds.
First is Shannon, then Sonia, then Ryan.
Ryan Jackson. Emerald Hills.
Third is
Golden Plains,
First is Sonia, second is Shannon, third is Ryan.
Golden Vale,
First is Shannon, second is Ryan, third no confidence.
Iron Mountains,
First is Sonia. Second is Ryan. Third is Shannon. And you got that wrong. No, I'm sorry. I apologize. You're doing that by points. Okay. No, what you have there is exactly how I want to vote. Thank you.
awesome. Northern Lights,
Sonia, Ryan, Shannon.
North Reach,
Duran, Jackson, Cartwright.
Neverwinter,
Ryan, Shannon, no confidence.
Polaris,
Sonia, Ryan, Shannon.
Rivermore,
First is Sonia. Second is Shannon. Ryan, no confidence.
Rising Winds,
Shannon, Ryan, Sonia.
Cal Gore, James, did Cal Gore miss their previous vote completely? Have they dropped from the meeting?
They have. I know that.
Okay. Okay, Meridian Outlands,
Sonia, Ryan, Shannon.
Winter's Edge,
Sonia, Shannon, Ryan.
Sonia, Ryan. Can you restate Winter's Edge, your votes? There was some background chatter. A Winter's Edge, can you restate, please? I thought I heard it differently than you indicated. I know you're at an event, but
I'm not sure if I heard it right either.
yeah. Winter's Edge, hello. Can you wipe her votes? Because I do think that's incorrect. We'll come back to Winter's Edge in a second. Wetlands,
I'm sorry. We're gonna go with Shannon, Sonia, no confidence.
West March,
Ryan, Shannon, Sonia.
Nine Blades,
Shannon, Ryan, no confidence.
13 Roads,
Shannon, Ryan, Sonia.
Winter's Edge. Can you hear me now? We think we made a mistake in your votes. We would like you to restate. As Winter's Edge's votes cannot change the outcome, we will still collect their votes because they are present, and it was our fault we could not hear them. I know she's at an Amtgard event right now and was going to be lit after 5 or so. She said she would have to peek in and out. Cal Gore will count as not present for this meeting. So the two board members elected are Shannon Cartwright and Sonia Duran. And James, don't let us forget to clarify Winter's Edge's vote, and you can put abstentions for Cal Gore. So the next steps for Shannon and Sonia, after this meeting, they're immediately afterwards, this meeting will remain open and we will bring in the other board of directors. We may change to a Google Meets, I'm not sure, but it'll be short and sweet and it'll be right after this. Whereas we will remove our outgoing officers, induct our incoming officers, and nominate some people to fill some positions within the board. All right, perfect. All right, moving on, item 7. Election of XCOM chair. As you guys know, XCOM chair was vacant 3 or 4 years ago, and they needed somebody to step in, and I volunteered my time to step in. Subsequently, I was elected to a 2-year term. And this would be my 2nd elected term by you guys. I hope you find that I've tried to be prompt and deliver you guys the information you need in a clear and concise manner, and try to remain as ambivalent as I can. As you know, the game is always a highly charged place, and I've had many conversations with many of you behind the scenes, and the fact that we all come together despite strong differences to continue to do business and to rise above our differences is the role of the Circle of Monarchs, and one that I want to continue to try to foster, to continue to help you guys in the best way I can come together to execute your duties as a committee, because that's really what the executive committee itself in general is all about, is making sure it's easy and sufficient for the COM to do their job. I hope that upon review, you'll see that I've done some good stuff in the board, and we have a lot of good changes we're hoping to bring you guys to continue to improve efficiency. And we do hear a lot of you guys is different pain with the way these systems are working now, and how these systems have been a real drag on some people. And we want to work with you to help us improve systems so that they're better for everyone and the functioning is better for everyone. So if you reconfirm me, that's what I'm going to try to do. If
Hey,
not,
point of order. Point
Yeah.
of order.
Yeah.
You're the only one running. Stop doing an ad for yourself, sir.
right. And if you want to know confidence me, then you can, of course. So, yep, that's it. And so we'll just, no reason to go down the road, but if you do want to vote no confidence, we do want that vote lost. So if anyone would like to vote no confidence in my reappointment, please indicate now by raising your hand if you're in the virtual room, or by informing the secretary directly if you're in person. 9 Blades, register your vote as no confidence.
Hold on, what?
Oh, 9 Blades' hand went up shortly, so. 9 Blades, do you wish us to log your vote as no confidence?
Yeah, sorry, bro.
That's okay. Wetlands hand is
Can we
down.
just call a vote and,
Yeah,
and
sure.
register the vote and go down?
Yeah.
that was gonna be my point of order.
All right, we will roll call the vote. Burning Lands.
Out loud.
Yes.
Blackspire.
Yes.
Crystal Groves.
Yes.
CK.
No confidence.
Dragon Spine.
Confidence.
Desert Winds.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to, the vote is no, this is on you. Oh, heck
Yeah.
yeah. I vote for you.
Emerald Hills. Golden Plains. Golden Vale.
Yes.
Iron Mountain.
Yes.
Northern Lights.
Yes.
North Reach.
Yeah.
Neverwinter.
Abstain.
Polaris.
No confidence.
Rivermore.
Yes.
Rising Winds.
Yes.
Tal'Degor. Viridian Outlands.
Yes.
Winter's Edge. Wetlands.
Yes.
West March.
No.
9 Blades.
No.
And 13 Roads.
Yes.
Okay. All right, this is a simple majority appointment, so it looks like I'll be with you guys for 2 more years, I believe. Obviously, anyone who voted no confidence, please, 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 reach out, tell me specifically why. Anything we can do to serve you guys better, that's what we want to do. Cool.
Hey, I'm sorry, I cast my vote in the comment or the discussion here. I did vote yes.
And you are
Winter's Edge.
Winter's Edge, okay. And can you please clarify to the secretary your votes? We misheard you on the
That had been resolved.
Directors.
They already picked up in the chat.
Yeah, in chat.
Thank you so much. Okay, so every 2 years, we do elect the XCOM chair and secretary revolving. So next year at this meeting, the XCOM secretary position will be up for a vote as well. As with all of our positions, anyone interested in these positions, submit your applications in advance and they'll be considered. Next year, we'll also have 2 more positions on the BOD coming up to be available. Next item on the agenda is vote to adjourn the meeting.
We have a question.
Question, yes, in-person room.
Yeah, I have a thing. Last awards committee, what happened to that? Where is it going? Do we have any status updates?
Okay, so the essential thing with the awards committee is they were formed and selected. We did not drive them forward due to the state of the rules, which was the V9 issue essentially, as it was unclear what sort of environment Amtgard would be existing in. Because prior to this meeting, we did not know if we'd be existing, or later last year, existing in a V9 playtest environment, a highly revised V8 playtest environment, or a no change environment. And that coupled with the multiple attempts to terminate V9 and the subsequent successful termination of V9, we just did not push the issue forward. Then combined with the rules content, of which the awards are one, the contract issue, we also did not push them forward.
No. You need to drink some like Gatorade. So here's the thing: when you drink water,
I mean, okay. So now the committee has indicated they are ready and willing to move forward. So their original mandate remains. They are to look at awards that need attention, specifically in relation to knighthood, along the lines of the 2 proposals from last year. So the reason that they were not pushed to be more active was twofold. The perilous state of the rules due to the V9 issue and the perilous state of intellectual property due to the ongoing contract issue, which does cover the work of the awards committee. And that does mean by default, the awards committee will also need to sign the content creation contract. Gorvan.
What is the full list of teams that has been asked to sign that contract? Because to my knowledge, it was supposed to be just the rules reps and the awards committee and the rulebook editor, but then the rulebook editor position was posted and that wasn't included. I'm not sure what the status is on that.
Is our executive director here? Comment on that?
I sure am. Just to answer the question more directly, after consulting with legal counsel, since none of the existing assistant director positions are creating content for creating content that would trigger the transfer agreement, they have not been asked to sign those at this time. They are aware of its possibility should we come into that area. And that is where that sits currently.
Sorry, the question was about the rulebook editor, not the assistant directors.
Oh, I am so sorry. The rulebook editor is a posted position, and a part of their interview process is covering the specifics of that transfer agreement.
Perfect. Thank you, Jen.
Of course.
Can I shed some light on that one, Jason?
Yeah.
And the reason behind that is that the rulebook editor is just editing content. They shouldn't be creating additional content. If that becomes an issue, then we've discussed it with council, and that absolutely would come into play. But again, that should not be a problem.
Sorry, wasn't that the opposite of what Jen just said?
Yes, in conversation with legal counsel, the rulebook editor, there is some copyrightable content in terms of layout, format, and design. And so that is something that we would want to protect and make sure was covered.
Sorry, I screwed that up. My bad.
And as of yet, has that contract been sent to any of the members of the awards team?
No, it has not. They have not officially, to my knowledge, started discussions. I think our first post came through a week or two ago. So as of this meeting, we'll have to get that out before they make any proposals to the comp. Before they can deliver written changes to the awards, this will need to be in place. They are, of course, free to talk about awards all they want, but in order to deliver written down changes to the award system, that's when they'll need to have a contract in place by then. Nine Blades.
What about the COC committee?
Once again, if they were to deliver a written document, not just suggest that the COM rewrite the document, they would need to do that, because that would go into our rule book as a policy. Now, they can deliver all the changes that they want, and then the executive committee, who would sign the document, could rewrite it to an official proposal, or any member kingdom could, and then officially propose that to the COM. And then that would be, since they are not a member of a committee, that would be a one-time transfer agreement saying, I wrote this document, I'm giving it to you. Because they're not, it was not in the function of their duty as a committee. So the function of the rules representatives is to write new rules. That's why it's a blanket for them. Just like it will be for the awards committee, because their function is twofold, is to investigate new rules and to write new awards. Anyone that writes new things that goes into the rule book, that's where it comes into.
To clarify, the rules reps are not appointed to design rules per the rules of play. They have been in the past, but that is not their job description.
And Dale.
So jumping back to the topic at hand about the wards committee, it was the charge last year, I believe, by AICOM that we stand up this committee. It is very disappointing that we to date have not, which seems like a bit of an override of the AICOM's vote and goal here. And I just want that noted.
Yes, and we did not tell them they could not work, but we did not push them to work. And I believe the original driver of the proposals also was moving around the country, which he was from West March at the time. Dale again?
Oh, I just hadn't put my hand down. I didn't know if anything else was coming.
And wetlands.
No, I want to make a statement before we close. Just let me know when we're finished.
I think that's it. You were the last hand up.
All right, sounds good. Amtgard, I appreciate you. Over the last 4 years, I've served on the board of directors, and it has been my absolute honor to try to make the game better. I've succeeded in many ways. I've failed in many ways, but we've learned and we've gotten better as an organization moving forward. We still have a lot of growing room to go. And I just want to say once again, thank you for your confidence in me and your consideration to put me on this board for 4 years. I can't wait to see you all in the field. Thank you so much.
All right, great. Is there a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Motion to close. Second.
All right. All in favor to adjourn the meeting, say aye.
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 Yes, there's no opposal.
Those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Not me. I'm ready to go.
The ayes have it. The meeting is officially adjourned.
Aye.